Honorable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, shall we turn to item 4? Item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We start from page 1 of votes and proceedings. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page number 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page number 17. Page 18. And finally, page 19. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 23rd November 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have in my hands the official report of 8 November 2023. Official report of 8 November 2023. And I take it again, the official report of 8 November 2023. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 8 November 2023 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. We will now turn to item 5. Item 5. That is the business statement for the 5th week. Yes. Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I seek your leave to present it, the business statement for and on behalf of the Leader of the House?
Yes.
Speaker, we don't have any objection to that.
Very well. Honorable Majority Chief Whip, leave granted.
Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, 23rd November, and has duly arranged program for the ensuing week as follows. Speaker, you know, we've programmed 67 questions for various sector ministers to answer. In accordance with orders appropriate, statement will be taken, bills, papers, report, motions and their consequential resolutions also taken. Speaker, the committee programs that the House will conclude on debate on the budget statement on Wednesday, that's 29th November. There will be joint caucus to consider some pertinent underlying matters. And the House should recognize that Friday, 1st December, is a national holiday, it's the Farmers' Day, and it should be recognized as such. Speaker, thank you for the space granted. I so present.
Honourable members, the business statement for the ensuing 5th week has been read to us by the Majority Chief Whip. The statement is therefore before the House. If there's anybody who has got any concerns, the floor will be for that person. Honourable members, yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I do not have any specific comments about the business statement, but just to remind the majority side that we need the budget estimates to be available as quickly as possible. There are many times that members go to committee to be presented with the estimates. By now, we should be having the estimate to start working before we go into committee. So, as quickly as we can get estimates, the better. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, if we don't get them early, then we are compelled to be sitting here till midnight claiming that we need to finish it before we go for Christmas. We do have enough time now to have those documents, peruse them, and then do the reports before the rising. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to encourage my colleagues on the other side to encourage the Minister of Finance and the relevant ministers to come up with that. I'm not a member of government, so I don't know. I don't work on this, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable, your constituency.
Bunkrugu constituency.
Bunkrugu. You have the floor now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I filed about 3 questions directed to the Minister for Communications and Digitalization, which was supposed to be answered last Tuesday. However, due to the busy nature of the House, he was not able to do that. Mr. Speaker, the questions we requested for answers were to come with written answers. I noticed that even though the minister was scheduled to come, but there was no written answers to those questions. In this statement, it has been rescheduled to the 28th of this month. I want to draw the attention of Mr. Speaker that I will require written statements or answers to those questions. Thank you.
Very well. Let me come to Busa South.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just took custody of my copy of the budget statement and policy, economic policy, volume 2, which I'm here to go through. And I believe many members have probably not even had access to their copies. I say this because this is another voluminous document that we ought to go through. And this is to re-emphasize the fact that we ought to get the estimates in good time, because the estimates also tend to be voluminous. So we can look at volume 1, volume 2, and then compare that to what is going to come to us in the estimates to make very cogent, intelligent, and prudent decisions when we meet different agencies under our various sectors. So it is crucially important that we get the estimates in good time so that we can serve the people of this nation judiciously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Clement Apak, this issue has already been raised by your leader. Very well. Let him come to Commander Edina Elmina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The constituency is Commander Edina Edwa for Abrim. Just to add on to Honorable Apak, what he's talking about, the estimates. Can we suggest that the estimates that they bring are accurate? For example, this budget that the second one that they just brought, volume 2, if you look at page 9, they are talking about the job of the Coastal Development Authority. And it says right there that Coastal Development Authority built Kotokraba Market. Sir, I mean, this is a very major...
Honorable Member for Edina, I mean, this is a business statement. I mean, you get time to debate the budget, so you can raise all those issues. I don't think it's appropriate at this time.
Honorable Speaker, I'm only talking about the accuracy of what they bring us. This is not debate. Just let them know that they should be accurate.
But it appears the leader has raised it. Clement Apak has also raised it. So we are just repeating almost the same thing. Yes, Honorable James Agaga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, there's a serious problem in the Bulsa North municipality and even in the Bulsa South district. We have constant, frequent power outages. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was constrained to file an urgent question.
Honorable James.
Business statement. Business statement.
No.
Yes.
No, Honorable James, you can file question to bring the minister here to come and answer, or you can look at your standing orders, invoke the appropriate session, and bring your issues to the floor. So I don't think it's appropriate to bring this at this time.
And so my point is that the question has already been filed long ago. It's an urgent question. People's electrical gadgets, appliances have been destroyed. I don't understand why the urgent question has not been dealt with. That is all I just want to draw Mr. Speaker's attention to.
Very well.
Because I thought the business statement has been taken.
Honorable James Agaga, you filed a question as an agent question, but as to whether it was admitted as an agent question is also another thing. So we will look at it. But Honorable Chief Whip, just listen to him. Yes, just listen to him. His concerns. Just take his concerns on board. So yes, let me listen. No, let me listen to Reverend.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concern is about the bill, proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values. Mr. Speaker, this is the third time that in the business statement, we have this bill appearing in the business statement. Mr. Speaker, I am wondering why the chairman of the committee is not putting this forward for this bill to be considered. And almost every week it keeps appearing in the business statement. So I want to know if the Chief Whip can explain why we are not taking this very important bill. Ghanaians are interested. They are waiting for us, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to encourage you to speak to the chairman of the committee to come out with this statement to be the bill to be considered. I don't know why it keeps, appearing in the business statement. We are not doing anything about it. I think the time has come for us to speak to this. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well, thank you very much. Lastly, let me listen to Honorable Ahmed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a growing culture in this House whereby we are quick to constitute committees to investigate, but slow to report back to the House. The business statement says that the policy on the budget statement will be concluded on Wednesday. And once that one is done, the estimates will start coming in, and committees will be very busy considering the estimates. Mr. Speaker, there are many backlog of investigative reports that committees that have been constituted in this House have to report back to the House. Mr. Speaker, when the House constitutes a committee and asks you to chair it, you are mandated or on obligation to report back to the House with your findings and recommendations. For the committee to either clear and adopt the report and institute your recommendations to make sure that whether certain things could be abated or not. But we've constituted a committee to investigate Ashama, no report. To investigate the IGP leak tape, no report. To investigate the National Cathedral, no report, and so many. Even select committees like a committee on communication, 2017-2015 reports, no report. Mr. Speaker, if we are treading on
on that path, I don't think it's good for the image of this house. And I want to encourage those who chair those committees to make sure that they report back to the house, because we are running the committee system. The mere fact that you are a committee does not mean you end it all. The bank does not stop with you. Report back to the house. Those that are under investigation, if you are clear, let's clear them. But we can't leave those matters to be hanging. Mr. Speaker, this is what I want to bring to the attention of the House.
Thank you very much. Leader. Honorable Leader, hold on. Let's listen to him first. Then.
Mr. Speaker, I note that the Deputy Whip was invited by you to be the last, but let me indulge you. Mr. Speaker, I have filed an urgent question in respect of some deplorable roads in the Tamale South constituency, Vetong Tua Kotongle Balaga, for which I'm being almost chased away as Member of Parliament for not keeping it in good shape. And then the Vetong Kobilmago Back Road. So I filed urgent questions for the Minister for Roads to come and answer about the state of some deplorable roads in the Tamale South constituency, particularly Vetong Tua Kotongle, and then Vitin Secondary School and the back of Ghana School, what is referred to as the Karga Road. Then, Mr. Speaker, if you recall, I raised on this floor a matter in respect of the Minister for Communication and purported sale of Government of Ghana 30% interest in Vodafone. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Communication owes a responsibility to come to this House to explain to us whether a transaction transferring the government minimum interest of 30% to another entity have been facilitated by the state. And if so, to explain to us where she got authorization to give the consent on behalf of the government of Ghana, because that 30% is government of Ghana interest. Mr. Speaker, you recall at the time it was valued at 1 billion. My information is that Vodafone have been sold on credit, as I said, for less than about $100 million. We need explanations. Mr. Speaker, you don't run a country not responding to members of parliament. I take strong objection, because this matter I raise is potentially scandalous, potentially. We need explanation. And then the general landscape of our telecom regime, which used to be the hen that lays a golden egg, revenue, employment. The minister must come and explain. Almost all the mobile network operators, with the exception of one, are closing up and folding up. Who is running Airtel? We need to know. It is now a state asset. Who owns Vodafone? What has happened to the government of Ghana 30% interest? We need to know. But Mr. Speaker, I'm particular about the Minister for Road, because my constituents have chased me away because of the bad state of the road. I need to be in good standing to keep my seat. Minister for Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, let me start off not according to any defined order, but the matter raised by the Deputy Whip, Honorable Ahmed, on outstanding findings from committees constituted. I must be frank, I do not know of any committee constituted whose work is due and not duly presented to the chamber. But I have no reason to doubt him, though. What we would do, and thankfully he's part of leadership, we will have to dig deeper and get confirmation of these committees' work that are outstanding and make sure they are ferried into the chamber and dealt with by reaching out to the committee leadership and the members mandated to come up with the findings. So on the concern by my respected leader, the Honorable Harry Naidrisu, I share in your worry. However, I recall you had earlier raised this matter related to Ministry of Communication. And the clerks in the committee will bear me out that the minister was programmed. I can't confirm what happened, and we had to change that date. So we'll find out what the issues were and be able to deal with it. Leader, you know, Order 66 is clear. Admissibility of question is squarely in the hands of the Speaker. So your concern about roads at your backyard, I think you know how to deal with it. And I will urge leader to go on that tangent. On the estimate, Speaker, on the estimate, just as we did for the copies of the budget, in the same spirit and the same vein, we will make sure their estimates are delivered to this House and ferried to the respective committees. If you have followed the cycle of business in this House, we are not late, but I don't begrudge my colleagues who are calling for us to facilitate for early release of this estimate. We'll make sure that is done. Honorable Harry Naidrisu, I was saying that you are very much aware of Order 66 on admissibility of questions. And so you needed to respectfully advise yourself. But on the communication, I had said that the minister was earlier programmed as a follow-up to the matter raised on the floor. She was programmed, and then we had to reprogram her. So I don't know what the issues are, but I can assure you that we'll get to it and deal with it. Questions on estimate have been dealt with, and there was another question on admissibility of questions. Let me urge members to reach out to their, especially members on the other side, they should reach out to their whip, who has been very effective, especially on these matters, and he will follow up to apprise you on what the challenges are. So I don't think it's a matter we should spread heads over. Speaker, to the best of my understanding, the issues raised have been dealt with. Let me emphasize on the Honorable Ahmed's matter. I share in the concern, but as I said, I am not aware of any committee's work that is unduly delayed. I cannot confirm now, so we'll check when we get the details. And thankfully, you are also on the business committee, so that we can reach out to the leadership of the committee and deal with it. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just made some inquiries with regards to what the member for Tamale South said on the Vodafone transaction, that government of Ghana still holds a 30% stake in Vodafone. There's a 70% that has been sold by Vodafone UK to Telecel. This is not to prejudice your question. You didn't ask the question, Honorable. Honorable Member, this is not to prejudice your request for the minister, but just for information for you as a colleague. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, the Honorable Patrick Buama have made my request for demanding more accountability and transparency even more important. How was the 70% sale secured with the minority consent of the government of Ghana? Conceive it within the meaning of Article 185, International Economic Transaction. Was this House apprised of it? And more importantly, Honorable Patrick sold to Telcel for how much? For how much? How can you sell 70%, which was 999 million Ghana cedis in 2008, for a whooping 999 million those days. Today you are selling the 70% for just $100 million US. We are demanding explanations to that. But I appreciate your explanation. That is a 70% being sent to Telcel. We don't know about it. We want to be informed in this house about it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want that confusion to go out there. A majority entity in a going concern decides to sell their stake of 70%. Question is, for how much? Do they need government's consent? You just will request for the consent of the minority, but that consent cannot be unreasonably withheld. The perception being put out there is that, oh, you sold 70% of Vodafone shares, which does not belong to the government of Ghana anyway. So what consent again? I'm telling you, I'm selling my 70% stake in an entity that you hold 30%. You cannot unreasonably withhold my quest to sell. So perceptions should not be made or sent out that the government of Ghana has sold 70% of her stake in Vodafone. That's not the case. It has to be clear. Government of Ghana does not hold or own 70% shares in Vodafone now. We sold 70% way back.
Mr. Speaker.
Let him listen to Wayomi.
Oh, I just want to.
No, then.
Mr. Speaker, this House is governed by our standing orders. When Honorable Haruna directed his question towards the Chief Whip who presented the business statement, it was towards the Minister responsible for communication. Nothing in our standing orders allows a member to just get up pretending to be the communication minister. Mr. Speaker, I humbly request you to direct that everything he said in terms of providing information, because, Mr. Speaker, are we supposed to take what he said as actually an information, a credible information on behalf of the communication minister? Are we supposed to believe that what he said? So the honorable colleague just requested the communication minister to come here and give information. Then you jump in providing information. You are not the communication minister. We cannot take your words for being the authentic information from the communication ministry. So,
well. If I heard him, he prefaced his statement without prejudice. So it doesn't mean the minister is precluded from coming. The minister will come and give the necessary information to the House. I think that is his information he wanted to give to the House. I don't think there's any issue. Honorable members, I think we have done with the business statement. The Vodafone issue has nothing to do with the business statement. Please, let's.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Without any prejudice, I just want to ask whether government of Ghana doesn't have the first right of buying its shares back. That is it. So that let's have that in mind as we go on.
Well, I cannot speak to that. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I left out a matter raised by the honourable member on the outstanding bill on, proper human social right, and she was lamenting why it is still repeatedly being advertised in the business statement. The member will realize that it is not the only bill that has been advertised consistently. I agree with you that we should get the committee chair and the committee leadership to give us some proper briefing. So that will be done. Speaker, let me also put on record that this matter raised by Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the minister was programmed, the sector minister was programmed, and the business committee had to change the dates of her appearance in the House. So the minister was ready to come to the House and brief the House. And we, on our own, changed that date. So I think the business committee should sit again and do the proper thing by programming the minister to appear. I don't think anybody is running away from any matter. And so that should be put on record, that the minister was willing to come and speak to the matter. And it was the business committee that changed the date of her appearance. So I think largely we've dealt with the issues.
Well, honourable members, the issue raised by Honourable Deputy Minority Whip, I think is something that we need to look at it again. So many referral has been made to certain committees, and we haven't received any report for the committees. And I think we need to take a second look at it. Once a referral is made to the committee, please, it's incumbent on you to report back to the House. Let's see how you went through the recommendations and those, so that the House will take a decision on that. So many referrals has been made and nobody is reporting back. I think it's something that leadership will have to look at it again.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Speaker, I only want to gracefully accept what you just said and also add that you realize that when these reports are referred, we, the people seated here in this chamber, or the chairman for that matter, don't get these things directly. It goes through the table office and our clerks and so on. Sometimes the referrals might not even happen in our presence. So it is important that at certain periods or at certain times we are, or the table of finds a way to communicate directly to us so we know what is at stake or what is not being attended to and so on and so forth. Otherwise, like you're just saying, I'm the chairman of the trade committee. I'm not saying that we have anything with us right now, but it could happen that if we have anything referred to us and I'm not informed or I don't know about it, and the clerk doesn't bring it to the fore, then we don't know what is at stake and we don't have any reason to go ahead and work on it. So let's find a way to, as it were, bridge that gap and see how we can also be informed directly. I so respectfully submit.
Yes.
I think my good friend, the chair of the Committee of Trade, and he had intimated that he has no referral outstanding. He should take it easy. And the practice has been that when the referral is done, the clerks duly inform the chairs and the leadership who are involved in such matters. So I don't think we need to drag this matter. What we need to do as leadership is to remind and follow up on these referrals and to ensure that we get the report ferried to the chamber. That's what it is, and we don't need to split our heads. I think we are good. Speaker, we should proceed.
Well. Honorable Carlos, my understanding is that once a referral is made to a chairman, the chairman is a member of this House. So they should take cue. If the referral is made to a minister, then table is expected to write to the minister with respect to the referral. But once you are a chairman and you are a member of the House and referral is made to that particular committee, I mean, judicial notice is straight away given to the chairman and the committee members. Honorable members, the business statement for the ensuing 5th week has been read to us. The statement has been thoroughly discussed. The statement is hereby adopted. Yes, leader.
Speaker, as agreed, we continue with the debate, and we start off with defense. We start off defense on our side to be led by the able So, Speaker, my good friend, the ranking member, the Honorable Agaga, is scheduled to start the debate on defense. And I see him itching to start. Honorable Agaga. Honorable Orikopuku, I'm not saying you are going to be considered for the running mate. I've not said that.
Oh, Speaker, yes. We go straight to the debate and then we come back to questions. We start with the debate. Well,
majority haven't had your
we didn't discuss it, but
debaters.
Honorable Speaker, we agreed that leaders will have 25 minutes. I humbly request that the Honorable former minority leader be given 20 minutes as a courtesy so that she can deal with the issue. And former minister in our 3 sectors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Don't worry. Thank you. Honorable members, before we commence the debate, to usher us into public business, kindly indulge me to acknowledge the presence of our children at the public gallery. We have St. Mark's Anglican Basic School, they are being led by Beatrice Delary. Is it Baini? And the school is located at Agotomi Ziope constituency. Agotime Ziope constituency. Do you have the MP here? Yes. Very well. We have St. Bernard South Academy. They are also being led by Bernard K. Sasu, and the school is located at Gomoa East constituency. Gomoa East constituency. Do you have the member of parliament here? Gomoa East.
It's in a committee meeting, Honorable.
Very well, you may resume your seat. The third school is Anida WDC Adult Education. They are being led by Gladys Edu, and the school is located at New Juaben South constituency. Thank you. You may resume your seat. Where's the MP? Committee meeting. And finally, we have Little Saint School. Little Saint School. Little Saint School. And they are being led by Francis Pumevo. And the school is located at Okaikwe Central. Okaikwe Central. Do you have the member of parliament here? Very well. Very well. So you may resume your seat. You are welcome. Sit down and observe proceedings. So I will firstly invite Honorable Dominic Nitiwu. What?
Speaker, we had agreed that the Honorable Agaga, who is a ranking member, will set the tone, and he's ready. Why? This one should be forgotten. Speaker, there is a consensus. There is a consensus.
Leader, it has always been.
Speaker, we just agreed. We just agreed that he set the tone. And let me finish. Speaker, this is not a matter we should split heads over. The Honorable Agaga will start. Speaker, the minister is the sector minister, of course, and then you are not listening. Will you listen to me? So listen to me. You have been a minister before. You have been a minister before. Speaker, my good friend, she has been a minister before. And the Honorable Dominic is a sector minister. So what we are seeking to achieve is that when the ranking member speaks, the minister will come in. I mean, all the issues that have to be straightened out, then will be done. He is a sector minister. Let's defer to him at least. Agaga.
Right, Speaker, I can understand that the majority chief whip was
Honorable members,
the majority. Oh, sorry.
Please order. Yes.
Right, Speaker, I can understand that the majority chief whip was not here when we started the debate. In fact, when we started, we agreed that we were going to start, and then Honorable Afenyo Markins decided that the majority will always start. And we have stuck with it. And we agreed, no problem. Every morning they will start and then we will come. And that has been what we've been doing.
Well.
You just arrived.
Well. Honorable Majority Chief Whip, unfortunately you've been away for the 3 days we've had the debate. This is the way we've been going. The majority will start, then the minority will end. So I'm inclined to decline your application.
Speaker, you know I will defer to you. Speaker, I think your mic is on. Speaker, I will defer to you on any day. But let me correct an erroneous impression my good friend is trying to create. The fact that I'm not in the jurisdiction doesn't mean I am not receiving communication from my members. That you should know this. Speaker, I thought, he being the sector minister, when issues are raised, he will have the right to reply. Because he's a sector minister, he can speak on authority on most of the issues that we raise. But Speaker, if it is the case that the minister should start, we are ready to start. We are ready to start.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I think that I'm not going to say anything about what he just said. But right, Honourable Speaker, it's important that we respect the chair. You have been so very nice, very accommodating to all of us. But I have had some observation. You make a ruling, and there's an easy tendency to really piggyback on it.
Honorable Leader,
to the chair.
Thank you.
And when you rule, it should be final.
Honorable Leader, thank you so much. Yes.
Speaker, we will start. But the Honorable Ambrose Derry will start instead. He will start for defense on our side. We are ready to start. Get ready.
Yes. So let me begin with. I'm told, Honorable.
No, you will start.
You want to? Well.
Mr. Speaker.
So We are starting with Honorable Dominic Nitiwu,
Mr.
the
Speaker,
Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I would have wished that members will speak, and as the minister, I will give information as the last bit of it. But I understand them.
So you have a right of reply.
I understand them, Mr. Speaker. This House is to help the people of Ghana and to help the government rule, because we are an arm of government. So, even though I'm a member of parliament, I'm also a minister for defense. It is the reason why it would have been better if the minister will hear all the debates, sum it together. But be as it may, Mr. Speaker, under the Minister of Defense over the last...
Minister, before you begin, you have 15 minutes. I want you to know. 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 12 months, since
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, the rules are there. It has been said by the leadership. It's here. It's here. The seconder of the motion to the finance minister had 20 minutes, which was Honorable Kojo Ponkroma, who seconded it. So, other committee chair, ranking ministers of state, deputy ministers of state, 15 minutes. And that is what we've been running with throughout the week. 15 minutes. All other members, 10 minutes. So that's the rule. It's yesterday that leadership, front bench, also came out with directives that they should be given 25 minutes. So Honorable Afenyo spoke 25 minutes. Honorable Amakufiboa and Kwame Abuja also spoke 25 minutes. So Honorable Anodompe, when it gets your time, you will speak for 25 minutes. That is the arrangement. You gave us the time. So Honorable Dominic, you have the floor. Your time starts now.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, 15 minutes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you refer to the current budget under the Minister of Defense, the Minister for Finance talked about 4 main items under the Minister of Defense. He spoke about the infrastructure development that have been undertaken by this government. He spoke about training and morale within the armed forces. He spoke about modernization and reform within the armed forces. He spoke about the equipment state of the armed forces, Mr. Speaker, and he also spoke about international relations within the armed forces. And so my debate will be centered around these areas to do basically 2 things. To let the people of Ghana know what this government has done over the last 12 years or over the last 7 years, and also to answer some lingering questions that anybody would want to find out or know about the operations of the military of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken the largest infrastructure development since 1992 within the Ghana Armed Forces. From housing to the military bases to injection of capital into hospitals, it has taken the largest infrastructure development. In fact, on the coastal front, Mr. Speaker, we have expanded hugely the military academy into a world modern training facility that is there for everybody. And I'm inviting members of parliament to come on the 22nd of December to witness or to see for themselves the state of the military academy of Ghana today and compare to the ground zero that it was before we came to power. There was a military academy, but we moved it to a new site and literally built up a complete military academy for the military, for the training of officers, who, of course, will handle the military. Mr. Speaker, under the infrastructure again, we are building a very massive military naval base at Nzilibo in the Domoro constituency, very close to my friend, the deputy minority leader's constituency. And he's an eyewitness to what is happening there. Huge. It's the biggest naval base in Ghana. And that project is about 54% complete. This is the brainchild of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. In the north, Mr. Speaker, we are building 12 forward operating bases in 12 different sites to move the military to the people, and 3 logistics centers across 3 sites, Tamale, Wa, and Bolga. These centers and bases are about cumulatively 40% complete. Some are 50% or more, some are below that, all across the country, and there are 15 places across. Mr. Speaker, we have provided more housing to the military than any other government since 1992. In all garrisons, in Tamale, in Ho, in Accra, in Shekam, in 2BN, in 4BN, in 7 Infantry Battalion at Ho, and all these places. At least everybody has got his share. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the road minister, we have done more road infrastructure than any other government within the military barracks. No government has done asphalting of military roads like the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And it's there for everybody to see. In fact, go to the military academy, go to the barracks. No, I'm talking of infrastructure. I am talking of the infrastructure. That's what I'm talking about. And I said that this is under the infrastructure. Go and look at it. He mentioned in the budget. I'm just expanding for you to know. Mr. Speaker, the famous military hospital in Kumasi is also under the infrastructure. And let me let everybody know exactly what happened. Mr. Speaker, this hospital with 8 others was approved in November 2008 in this parliament, led by Honorable Kandapa for the military and led by the then health minister in this house. Unfortunately, the MPP government lost power in December 2008 elections. Mr. Speaker, when the NDC came to power, they decided to move the military hospital first from Sofo line in Kumasi to Tamale. Then there was uproar in this house, led by 2 people in this house, from this side of the house, led by the majority leader. They then moved the military hospital from Tamale to 37. And in fact, in 37, Mr. Speaker, they actually cut short for the project to begin. And the Kumasi people said, what have we done? We already have a hospital in 37. Why don't you build a hospital for Central Command? Mr. Speaker, then they moved the hospital again, this time back to Kumasi. But unfortunately, the land at the place, no, not Afare. Sofo land was already used up. Sofo land was used up. And so they had to look at land at Afare, a new place. Mr. Speaker, it took them 6 years to be able to do all these movements. And so the project actually started in May 2014 under President John Mahama. Mr. Speaker, 4 years down the line, when I took over as Minister for Defense, the project was at 40%. 40% complete. Mr. Speaker, the cost of the project then was $180 million United States dollars. The contractor argued then and now that because of that delay, the 180 million United States dollar can no more build this hospital. This government had to look for an extra 19 million United States dollars to give to this contractor. As we stand today, the government of Ghana does not owe the contractor any penny. Let it be known. The government of Ghana has paid that contractor every amount of money he needs, except we are withholding something he is calling interest, because he has to finish the hospital. It's now with installation of equipment. And we are saying, when you finish the installation of equipment, we'll pay you the rest, $3.5 million. I want to let everybody know how this hospital is and what happens. That is for the Kumasi Military Hospital. And these are the facts of it. Mr. Speaker, for modernization of the military, this government has purchased equipment for the army, more than any other government in the history of Ghana. I say army. Whether it is APCs, whether it is guns, whether it is ammunition, or whether it is soft-skill vehicles. If you look at each of these categories of vehicles, this government has provided equipment to the army more than any other government. Because it is our duty to protect the people of Ghana, and it's our duty to ensure that the army can protect you and myself. Mr. Speaker, we have modernized the armed forces. We have added more units. You go to Damango, you go to Tamale, you go to Accra, and more places we have added more units than any other government in the history of Ghana. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I'll be bringing to this House the total reorganization of the armed forces for this House to approve of it, so that Ghana Armed Forces can conform to international standards and to threading new modern threats that we face. Mr. Speaker, the facts I'm giving out are verifiable. Anybody can verify them. You can go to the armed forces and ask, how many APCs did you get as compared to any other group? How many soft-skill vehicles did you compare to any other government? How many multiple rocket launchers did you get under this government as compared to any other government? Any other equipment I can say for the army, we have provided more than anybody. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to training and manpower, we have added to the stock of the armed forces more than any other government. We've opened a new training site at a new training site we have opened at Jungle Warfare School. We have opened a new training site at Daboya. We have opened new training sites at Nokoto for the Navy than any other government. We are doing all this, Mr. Speaker, because we want Ghana to be safe. Ghana is sitting in the midst of countries that are suffering from terrorist attacks. We have been safe because we are acting proactively. If we were not doing that, Mr. Speaker, Ghana would have been where other countries are. Today, you cannot walk freely beyond 5 p.m. in Burkina, in Mali, in Niger, parts of Nigeria, and Chad, and many of these places. But today, honorable members of parliament and any other person can walk midnight with their chest out.
Honorable Minister, address me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They say I should start. I wanted to give them. They say I should start. I have started. Mr. Speaker, this organization, the Ghana Armed Forces have become the toast of the world in terms of international relations. Today, Ghana Armed Forces are serving across the whole world, just like before. I accept, just like before. They are serving across the whole world. Mr. Speaker, but we are being asked to take up more international peacekeeping operations. African Republic, because I was with the UN General Secretary, and the UN General Secretary said, I want Ghana to go to these places because I believe these are the people who can do it. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Armed Forces made a name for themselves, and we are doing everything possible to ensure that that name stays. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Navy, if you look at the budget, will be getting a new offshore patrol vessel, at least 2, and I'll bring that agreement to this House. This government, in spite of the difficulties, is looking for means to ensure that our sea is safe. Because the twin evils, or the twin threats facing us, is the terrorism from the north and the Gulf of Guinea problems. And this government provided 4 boats for the Navy commissioned by the President. We intend to purchase another 2 offshore patrol vessels. We have never in our history gotten offshore patrol vessels before. This will be the first time that Ghana as a country is not just getting an offshore patrol vessel, but it's in the budget, and it's getting modern offshore patrol vessels that can protect our seas. Because one of the most dangerous places in the world in terms of sea movement is the Gulf of Guinea. We will not allow the Gulf of Guinea, especially the shores of Ghana, the exclusive economic zone, to degenerate, not under this government. That is why we are going to invest to ensure that the Ghana Navy can do their work and continue to do their work well. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Navy and the Ghana Air Force will also be re-equipped, and it's also in the budget. I know that people want to find out what has happened.
Honorable Minister, your time is up, but I'm giving you 2 extra minutes.
So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. I'll take 2 opportunities to answer just one thing. This government under my reign has never, and I say never, sold any military land to any private developer. In fact, there is a developer that is doing a current project for the armed forces. I looked at it, I originally cancelled it because that project was signed on 26th of December 2016. The contract is called Goki, 2016, 26th of December. I originally wanted to cancel it, but after weighing it, I kept it for 3 years. And in 2019, after weighing the advantages and disadvantages, I thought that they should go ahead. 2016, and the reason I decided I thought was to be cancelled was that during the transition period, Mr. Speaker, we were told not to sign new contracts. And because that contract was signed on 26th of December 2016 within the transition, that's what I put it on hold. So if anybody thinks that this government has signed anything, it's wrong. It's not us. The other one was the army mess. Everybody knows 37, the army mess. That was also signed in December 2016. Yes, 2016. So any accusation you have now, any development you have now, it is because I sat on it. I did not think that it was good. But I went through and we did some modernization. That's why I allowed it. So I want to let you know that anybody making allegation about armed forces land is not under my watch. Not a single piece of land from the CDS office or army office or anybody has been given to anybody. If there is land that has been retrieved, 26 acres of land was given around the Mahama runabout. I stopped it. 26 acres was given in December 2016, and I stopped it. I reported the matter to Yoko. Yoko looked at it, and I won the case. The Minister of Defense won the case, and we cancelled it. It's in the budget. Look at it. But it's for public goods. It's for public good. That's why I'm saying this.
Honorable Minister,
I thank you, Mr.
I'm
Speaker.
so grateful.
God bless you for giving
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Very well. So we will also begin from this side. Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, I give you 20 minutes.
Speaker, thank you very much for your generosity and for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement that was presented to this August House. And Mr. Speaker, let me respond to the Honorable Minister for Defense. I expected him, together with his senior brother that he's sitting with, the Honorable Minister for Interior, the Honorable Ambrose Derry, to express disappointment that the Interministerial Committee of the Security Ministers, your requirement, even as we consult quietly, was for government to make available to you at least $2.5 billion in order for you to be able to contain terrorism, the threat of it in our country, equip both the military and the Ghana police to adequately prepare and to get you ready to keep our country safe, secured, and peaceful. So, Mr. Speaker, when I see him dance around, now praising what has never happened since 1992, talk about the present and into the future. And then, Mr. Speaker, he makes it easier when he talks about the Afari Hospital, the second biggest military facility other than the 37 military hospital. And rightly so, it was commissioned by President, the shortcutting was done by President John Dramani Mahama in March 2014 to serve the northern, upper east, and upper west region, as well as neighboring countries. I understand what he has done further in getting Eurojet, the contractor, to get it to completion. But, Mr. Speaker, again, very interesting government. They showed us when the Minister for Finance was here, Tamale International Airport, Kumasi International Airport. They say it is to their credit. They now give the credit to John Mahama and the NDC if you want the credit for Afari. Because the foundation to expand the Kumasi International Airport and to expand the Tamale International Airport were the doing of John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. But for them, Afari they should be given credit for Afari. Yet the NDC should not be given credit for laying the foundation for the expansion. Mr. Speaker, so I come to that. Mr. Speaker, this administration, again, Ministry of Defense, what is happening to the state of pensions of the Ghana Armed Forces? The NIB Bank is in some financial crisis of a sort and provides guarantee to the pensions of the military. We need assurances from you that the bickering we are hearing arising out of the safety of that resources is guaranteed. Say, what has happened to the promotion within the armed forces? We need to know, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also premise that in responding to this budget, we've heard our colleagues state, and Mr. Speaker, if you refer to a paragraph in the budget, 449, they are talking about a ninth economy. To contradict what President John Dramani Mahama have launched as a 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, all that President Mahama is indicating, as he then was, is that in the 24-hour economy, public goods and public services, he wants a fundamental change to how that is assessed. So that, for instance, if you wanted a national identification card and you were in a queue up to 5 p.m. and you have to go home because of 5 p.m., no, his 24-hour economy meant that you must get that need, that public goods, today and not tomorrow. So what he is talking about is 24-hour economy, Mr. Speaker. What he's talking about, you need to understand, not ninth economy, is that in a 24-hour economy, he simply wants to achieve that the time transaction cost for the clearance of goods at the port will be made with ease, and that the Ghana Customs will now work 24 hours to reduce the cost and transaction of doing business in Ghana, so that when you are an exporter or you are an importer, you are assured that within 24 hours the port will be functional. If you do not understand it, say so, Mr. Speaker. Say so, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, all that President Mahama is advocating is that any Ghanaian entitled to a public good or public service who deserves that good today, should not wait to accept it tomorrow. Not what you are arguing in your budget of a ninth economy. You should understand it. He is simply saying that we should change our way of doing things as a people and as a country in ensuring that those services are made to the Ghanaian people. Then, Mr. Speaker, when he was talking about those institutions, into 2024, Mr. Speaker, there will be what you call in Ghana political accountability. Both Parliament and the President will have to go through some accountability exercise. There will be major presidential and parliamentary elections into 2024. We need assurances from you, the Minister for Defense and Interior, of the readiness of your men to safeguard and provide for the conduct of free, fair, credible elections. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't want a repeat of what happened in Techimasa. Mr. Speaker, if you look at their combined budget, it's about some 12 billion Ghana cedis. That's about $1 billion US. They need about 2.5 billion US dollars. So I expect you to be crying that you need more adequate additional resources to keep the Ministry of Interior active, the Ministry of Defense active and functional. Mr. Speaker, we can understand why this government cannot adequately resource the Ministry for Defense and Interior. Only last week, Mr. Speaker, you came here to borrow cocoa. Parliament approved $800 million US for cocoa. Mr. Speaker, Bloomberg reports that it is the costliest ever borrowing by the government of Ghana, with the highest interest rate on record, purporting to increase cocoa production from 683,000 to 850,000. But, Mr. Speaker, what is even more worrying is that Cocoa Board is reaching out to its partners to borrow additional $400 million US. Go to Article 181(1) of the Constitution. Any money to be borrowed for and on behalf of any public entity requires this parliamentary approval. So don't come here and say that I'm getting approval for 800 million, but I'll walk alone to go and get another 400 million US. You need parliamentary scrutiny. You need Parliament must appreciate and approve the terms and conditions of that agreement per Article 181 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, again, I heard Minister talk about expansion of infrastructure. You inherited infrastructure on behalf of the Ghana Armed Forces and on behalf of the Ghana Police Service, both of you, whether Minister for Interior or Minister for Defense. Successive government, from President Rawlings to yesterday, have worked to expand infrastructure for them. What we need to know is, and you recall, Minister, that my conversation even about some other housing facility was for you to dedicate it for the purpose of it. Mr. Speaker, again, when you look at the budget, Office of Special Prosecutor, you want to combat corruption. The Special Prosecutor from Martin Hamidu to the current person in office is saying that we don't have enough resources to combat corruption. Mr. Speaker, what is it that we spend on him? Whether it's 149 million or 129 million in 2023, the money he is likely to recoup and the prevention he is likely to make in his quest to combat corruption far more exceeds what we should be giving him. So we expect you to adequately resource the Office of the Special Prosecutor and stop this excuse. Even recruitment, he is struggling to get just the core people that will work with him to make this corruption fight a reality. Mr. Speaker, then this one, I see the majority leader stated. Those days, he will make correction, so I'll do correction. When you have this, and he said the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2024 financial year, presented to Parliament on Wednesday, November 15, 2023, by Ken Oforiatta, and then you say, on the authority of His Excellency the President, you go further and say that in accordance with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, go and add Article 179 to that. It cannot. When you come to this Parliament, you are coming on the constitutional strength of Article 179, and you can add Public Financial Management Act. Or better still, next time, be silent on it. Don't come and tell us that it is on the basis of public Financial Management Act. No, you are here on the authority of Article 179. And Mr. Speaker, that means that this parliament must itself do well. The audit service must begin procurement audit into road construction to guarantee value for money for the Ghanaian people. What is the quality of the asphalt road we are contracting? The layers we are contracting. You see a road 2-3 months after it becomes a pothole road. What is the quality of it? We must encourage the Auditor General to move into conducting audits, procurement audit, roads audit to guarantee value for money. Mr. Speaker, when you hear this government say that they are building Agenda 111 hospital, at what cost? $17 million for one? Many other district hospitals were built for lesser costs. Lesser costs. Yes, lesser costs. You are aware that even your Minister for Health doesn't know what happened to Agenda 111, including your
Honorable Leader, Honorable Member for Tamale South, please address me.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude now. Let me conclude. The Honorable Minister for Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, have said that he has turned the corner. Which corner? Which corner? Our external creditors, you are yet to conclude and have some bilateral agreement with them. You are looking for fiscal space of $10.5 billion US. China $1.9 billion, $5.6 billion US to the multilateral, bilateral, $13 billion US to your commercial bondholders. That you are likely to secure in the first quarter of next year. When you have not secured, and Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, this nomenclature called debt exchange and debt treatment only happened under the new Patriotic Party government. No Ghanaian have ever heard of debt exchange. We didn't know it. This is how you have negatively impacted the economy. Pensions have been impacted, quality of living have been impacted, unemployment have been impacted because you borrow. In this house, Mr. Speaker, when President Nana Addo Dankwa came for his first State of the Nation address in 2017, he said, and I quote, colossal, 120 billion. Today you are at 587 billion. That is what has necessitated your negotiation, both domestic debt and external debt of about $58 billion US. I pray that you are able to get these negotiations concluded so that the city can stabilize. Mr. Speaker, today, you know what they want us to praise them, that the city is doing well. Doing well from where? You inherited a city to dollar of 4 cities. Today it's 12 cities. And you say we are doing well. We should praise you. Praise you for what? Praise you for what? From 4 to 12 cities is 300% increase in the exchange rate regime. Debt restructuring, deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, is the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Where is the Fiscal Responsibility Act? You come and debate in this house and argue that your government is doing very well. You suspended the Fiscal Responsibility Act. We are urging you to reinstate the Fiscal Responsibility Act so that we will hold you responsible to its provisions. That is what you should have done even for the Bank of Ghana Act. You should have asked for a suspension of the Bank of Ghana Act post-COVID 2020 so that you could borrow. Nobody is saying that you cannot take an overdraft from the Bank of Ghana, but take it with the tacit approval of the Auditor General, the Controller Accountant General, and the Parliament of Ghana. So you ought to have suspended the Bank of Ghana Act in order that you could borrow how much you borrowed that today. We have to forgive about 60 billion to the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude on the Electoral Commission of Ghana. They have 786 million. The majority leader knows, he leads me in the committee those days, that this is woefully inadequate. They need to conduct district assembly elections in system. So, Mr. Speaker, enough resources must be made, given the commitments that were given here for the National Identification Authority. Where are the releases to them? The Minister for Finance must honor his pledge to them so that they can complete the exercise. And then, Mr. Speaker, this attitude of premium. Now, certain categories of Ghanaians must queue for the Ghana card. Some can go a special way to get the Ghana card. It is wrong. It is discriminatory. It is against the tenets and letter of the Constitution, and we should fight it. Make that public good increasingly available to every Ghanaian. So, Mr. Speaker, let me end by assuring our colleagues, when His Excellency John Mahama said 24-hour economy, he simply was calling for a turn around, a change in attitude, and a change in the way we do things in Ghana, including access to public services and public goods. He was not talking about chop bar operators at midnight, leaving their fufu, their tozafi on. The Speaker, he was talking about a monumental change in the way we do things, and that any public good or public service that any Ghanaian is entitled to, the 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. should not be an impediment to the attainment of it. And by that, he will be addressing unemployment. A lot more people will be employed. They will be given assurances to work overnight. Mr. Speaker, that is what happens in many other civilized jurisdictions. So, Mr. Speaker, when the Minister for Finance says he has turned the corner, we haven't seen it. Then finally, IMF.
The former minority leader, the Member of Parliament for Tamale South, the Member of Parliament for Tamale South, I know he's not a ranking member. Mr. Speaker, he has spoken for 20 minutes. I want to know his status. I want to know his status.
Leader, an application was made to me that I should give him 25 minutes. Then I consider it and gave him 20 minutes. Very well. So it is now the turn of Honorable Minister for Interior, Honorable Ambrose Derry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Well, Honorable, before you begin, let me acknowledge Usu Library Foundation. I left them out, being led by Cathy Noels, and they are in Usu Kolikrote constituency. So, yes, you are welcome. Yes, Honorable Minister for Interior. Honorable Minister for Interior, yes, you may begin now.
Thank you.
You have 15 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to try to go through my several sector agencies. But just to remind the Honorable Haruna Idrisu that when you come to pensions, the military is under Cap 30, and therefore there are no challenges there. No. But I appreciate his advocacy for greater support to the security agencies. Mr. Speaker, let me begin from paragraph 885, where he stated, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of the Interior facilitated the submission of Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 to address the issues of constitutionality of this Section 343 of Act 1019 on the cultivation of cannabis for pharmaceutical and medical purposes to Parliament and subsequently receive approval. Mr. Speaker, let me acknowledge the support of Parliament in this matter, and as I speak to you now, the LI is before the subsidiary legislation committee of this Parliament. Before we rise, we would approve the LI. Is give this economy. We are going to then get into a industry where we can produce the cannabis at low level toxicity. And Mr. Speaker, I think I need to emphasize this is no license for recreational use of marijuana. Mr. Speaker, I go to the paragraph 895. I we are dealing with fire service. The occurrence of fires in the country is a serious challenge. Fire service is doing well. Government has given equipment for them to continue to work. It's either a market one time or another. I would want to say that the service is going to start a home fire safety campaign term Dumja project, and to sensitize homeowners and individuals for the need to get a fire certificate to make us safer. Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 897, we're talking about the National Peace Council undertaking education to ensure that we promote greater tolerance within our country. What we want to ensure is that we work against violent extremism, vigilantism. The Council will also ensure that political actors do make statements with care to make sure that we don't increase the tension in this country. And I can assure you, as has been requested by the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, of the safety in next year's presidential and parliamentary election, you can take it from me that the police service and other agencies are going to work hard to achieve that. And it's in that regard that we are looking for body counts to enhance the accountability of our operatives, to ensure that when there is a need to find out what happens, there will be an authentic source of information as to their behavior. So rest assured that the election will be free and fair, and we will break the 8. Right, Honorable Speaker, at paragraph 906, we get to NADMO. And NADMO is talking about our preparedness for disaster. Section 46 of the NADMO Act enjoins all agencies to have disaster emergency plans. In the case of the Akosombo spillage, we need to acknowledge that at least DRA plan. I would like to encourage all of us to have plans to ensure that when we get such disasters, the impact is going to be minimized or ameliorated. And so we would also talk about the fact that we've got a preparedness plan as far as earthquakes are concerned. Recently we suffered a tremor that was 3.6% on the Richter scale, and we are going to pursue education to make sure that all Ghanaians are informed. Prisons. We have ensured under President Nana Akufo-Addo that prison is not a place that we throw away and forget. We are ensuring that there's education of the inmates to make reintegration easier. And so if you look at paragraph 907, prison service provided vocational training of 476 inmates, including 151 juveniles and 325 adults, to the National Vocational Training Institute (NVTI). Additionally, it prepared 47 juveniles, 175 adults for the Basic Education Certificate (BECE), 57 inmates for senior high school, and 184 inmates gained admission to the University of Cape Coast to pursue various diploma and degree courses. This is to ensure that we reduce the tendency of people getting back to prison when they come out. It's a program that we need to continue to support. And in that regard, permit me, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge the support of the Church of Pentecost. Done a lot at paragraph 909, collaboration with Church of Pentecost. We've got a construction of 2 prison camps at Damango and Property, which is at 75% and 60% completion, respectively. So in 2024, we will continue the collaboration to ensure that we enhance the impact of the programs in the prisons, and also the Youth Start program is also promoting education among inmates. The Ghana Police Service, we agree, has come a long way. The transformation within the Ghana Police Service has been noticeable. We all agree that we've had to move coverage from just 40%, now we are moving towards 70%, and we want to acknowledge the support of Parliament in getting us achieve that. But we are increasing the content of training to make them more professional. We started with one station at Achamatain in the Eastern region, where people are sent to real rigorous training. We also have collaborative input from Cape Coast University, and now we have immigration opening a tactical training center in Chebi, and also new training schools in Tepa, in the mid area. So, Mr. Speaker, we are investing in qualitative improvement of the services, but we need more of armored vehicles and also appropriate gear to enhance our capacity. We are working on it, they are coming, to enhance our capacity to deal with democratic policing. That's why telling the Parliament yesterday that the police do not use arms except where it's necessary, and we are dealing with hostile suspects in criminal situations. But when it comes to demonstrations and disagreement between the police and civilians, we insist on the fundamental human rights of the civilians, and we need appropriate gear that will enhance our capacity to deal with that. But we've given several pieces of equipment, including vehicles, but each member of Parliament here wants a vehicle in his own area, and that's something we're still working on. The President's impact has been very much unprecedented. Recruitment to the services also unprecedented. Appropriate training equally unprecedented, but we still need to move forward with that. Ghana Immigration Service, we are enhancing the role of this service because of the instability in our sub-region. In the north, just like the Minister for Defense said, we are building FOBs, 12 FOBs, to make sure that we don't allow extremists to come into our country from the northern parts. And therefore, we need to support the immigration service. They have been given some armored support vehicles, and just on Wednesday, on behalf of the government, I handed over 30 vehicles to them to help them continue their services. They have also opened, as I said, a mid-country training area in Tepa, and also the tactical place in Chebi. Mr. Speaker, we have the challenge of refugees. The instability in the sub-region is led to the southward migration of people who want our support. Yes, Ghana is a number one citizen of the world. We respect the rights of people who want to come to us in times of difficulty, but we need to be careful about that we do not open our gates freely to undesirable elements to come into this country and get up and destabilize us. Indeed, that is what transpired in Burkina Faso, and therefore we are working hard to make sure it doesn't happen. So you would hear sometimes, and you members of Parliament should understand, that the international community sometimes misunderstands our situation, to the extent that Burkina Faso came out with a statement trying to criticize us, but they refused to respond when we wanted them to tell us exactly what is happening. I think that now our relationship is improving, and we are working hard to see how we work along those lines. So, Mr. Speaker, you would see that the development in the interior area is very good. We need more. 122 formed police units have been deployed all over the country. It consists of a vehicle, minimum of a vehicle, 30 personnel, 10 motorbikes, and you see the visibility that the police have exhibited, starting with Greater Accra and Upper East. We are now rolling to other parts of the country, and this that's innovative in making us give better services to our people. Infrastructurally, we're putting up several buildings. I'm not sure that you can claim on the other side that we had buildings that were uncompleted and we came to inherit. In this case, we have established a number of structures, even in our training. And as you see on Wednesday, we had a passing out, and you can feel the quality of what is happening. Mr. Speaker, traffic management is a very important part in our internal security. The deaths of people in accidents. We have now come out with a Traffic system where we are using technology to check traffic and make sure that drivers behave themselves. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that members of parliament cannot depend on the intervention of anybody in the case of the electronic system. And you realize recently the Prime Minister in UK was arrested by the police for traffic offense and had to pay a fine. This one, if you call the Minister for the Interior, there's very little I can do about it, because they are going to be caught on camera and you'll be dealt with according to you. I want to ask that we actually support the police in this endeavor and make sure that what is happening now, which is a more sane system in Accra, where you should have 6 lanes of traffic and people were completely stuck, we should do well to make sure that we achieve. Honorable members, I would also invite you to be more interested in the NADMO activities, because every assembly has a committee which is chaired by the chief executive. And sometimes when we want us to interministerial arrangements, yes, but that's just for a short while. We should, in our various constituencies, be interested.
Honorable Minister, your time is up. I add NADMO, 1 minute to your time.
What NADMO is doing, and together we would be able to serve as people. All I can say is that the president's goal to make people in Ghana feel more safe is on course. But we are the first to admit that it's a collective responsibility. The chieftaincy and land issues that are all over the country, we all need to work together to ensure that Ghana's, the president's goal, which is near achievement, is achieved. I want to thank this House for its cooperation, especially the Committee on Defense and Interior for its support, that Ghana is safer every day. And that one, there's no question about that. Thank you. Right on, obviously.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Interior. It is now the turn of Honorable James Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, will you give me 20 minutes?
Honorable James Agaga, you are ranking. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that the budget statement and economic policy in respect of the security sector is uninspiring, because not enough commitment has been made for the transformation of the security sector in the budget. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the figures, even though we're not at the stage of budget estimates yet, you would find that the allocations to the Ministries of Interior, National Security and Defense put together is below 1% of GDP. And yet, if you consider the fact that we are bedeviled with so many security challenges, the threat of terrorism from the northern frontier, the threats emerging from the Gulf of Guinea, which has made it necessary for the Ministry of Defense to start the construction of the FOB at Ezilumbu, you would understand that this government is not committed to ensuring that the citizens of this country live in an atmosphere of peace and security. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said in this House, but before I respond to some of the issues raised, particularly by the Minister for Defense, I'd like to underscore the point that in this country, per the country's constitution, the President is the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces. He is also the Chairman of the National Security Council, whilst the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is the Chairman of the Police Council and the Chairman of the Armed Forces Council. And so, when there are issues, challenges with our armed forces and with our police service, you can place the blame squarely at the doorsteps of our President and our Vice President. Mr. Speaker, recently, our armed forces unleashed brutality against the people of Ashaman. Are we creating an atmosphere of peace and security for our citizens? Again, in Garu, our armed forces, acting in collaboration with the National Security Ministry, unleashed brutality on the people of Garu. People were maimed. In fact, somebody died at the hands of our military. That is not a mark of creating an atmosphere of peace and security for our people. And so when the ministers speak to the budget and create the impression that the President, this government has created a safe country for economic activity to thrive, it is not true. Because we have abused our security agencies to the extent that rather than protect us, the agencies that are paid from the taxpayers' money are the ones who turn around and create insecurity in our country. Mr. Speaker, let me state that when the Minister for Defense indicated that under this current political dispensation, they have, or the MPP government is responsible for the largest infrastructural development in our country. He also says that they have established many more units in our armed forces than any other government and have retooled the agencies more than any other government, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the minister that, you see, when you speak to facts like that, without giving an indication as to the threat levels that we are faced with, you don't paint an accurate picture. You don't give us appropriate guidelines to determine the amount of resources we ought to vote for the sector that you head. So today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, if I may ask the Minister for Defense, why is it necessary to construct an FOB at Ezilumbu in the Western region? It is because of the threats emerging from the West. All our oil resources are located within that area. And so you need to put up an FOB to ensure that the oil resources are well protected. Mr. Speaker, when did we start producing oil in this country? When the NDC was about leaving office, the threats started emerging. We neutralized the threats through the courts. But it became clear that in the future, it would be necessary for us to begin to prepare ourselves for any eventualities. So the construction of Ezilumbu was not even conceived by this government. It was conceived under the NDC administration. Then in 2016 we lost. So if you have merely continued with the construction of an FOB in Ezilumbu, you don't use that as a basis to argue, make the point that you have developed infrastructure in our country more than any other government. Mr. Speaker, again, he talks about the creation of more units in our armed forces. The Honorable Minister should read the 2016 budget. And if he reads same, he would understand that in 2016, a policy was adopted by the John Mahama-led administration to create military barracks in all the regions of our country. That is how the 11 mechanized battalion came about. The 10 mechanized battalion in Wa came about as a result of the visionary leadership of President Mahama. So, if you take over the reins of governance and have merely continued with what the NDC administration began, don't mislead the people of Ghana that you are the ones creating more units within our armed forces. Mr. Speaker, again, let me remind the Minister for Defense that the establishment of FOBs in the north are as a result of necessity. Before 2014, Mr. Speaker, there was no terrorist activity in neighboring Burkina Faso. There was no terrorist activity in neighboring Burkina Faso. In fact, even in Niger, there was relative calm in Niger. It was following the collapse of the Libyan regime that we started experiencing the southward drift of terrorist activity. As early as 2015, there was not single terrorist incident in the Republic of Burkina Faso. We only started experiencing terrorist activities in that country following the collapse of the Campori regime. So, Mr. Speaker, when we act out of necessity, you don't tout that as an achievement. Today, this country should even be put on a war footing. We should be put on a war footing so that our military expenditure, internal security, will be given more allocations. But as I indicated before, if you put together the entire budget of the security sector, it is less than 1% of GDP. It is less than 1% of GDP. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our fight against terrorism has largely been bolstered by the funding we have received from the World Bank. Unfortunately, the funding we have received from the World Bank has been abused for political advantage. The World Bank donated a whopping amount of $450 million to 4 countries, including Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Cote d'Ivoire. Out of the amount of $450 million, Ghana received an amount of $150 million for human security-related interventions in the northern parts of our country. Mr. Speaker, the implementing ministry is the Ministry for Local Government. So they have started making interventions in vulnerable communities. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? Contrary to what the national framework for countering violent extremism and terrorism stipulates, and what is captured in that framework, it talks about all-inclusiveness, an all-inclusive approach. It talks about a whole-of-government approach. Mr. Speaker, members of parliament have been left out. And so you go to the northern parts of the country, which are beneficiary communities, the Oti region, Savannah, northern region, upper east, upper west regions. It is only the MDCEs who are in charge of those projects. And in recent times, Mr. Speaker, I can speak on authority that they have politicized the interventions that are being made. You find the DCEs accompanied with parliamentary candidates of the MPP going to cut salts for the commencement of work for what we call the social cohesion projects. Contrary to the all-inclusive approach, which is captured under the framework for the countering of violent extremism and terrorism, we have not been able to provide for human security-related interventions in that department. The World Bank decided that they will come to our aid. Ghana has benefited an amount of $150 million, and all you can do is to politicize the allocation of the money for those interventions that are being made. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to the issue of Ghana's involvement in international peacekeeping operations. I just want to respond because my colleagues will deal with the subject in extenso. Ghana has defaulted. The UN offered us the opportunity to deploy in Central African Republic. The Minister for Defense is here. He could not honor the invitation. In fact, as at the time the NDC was leaving office, Mr. Speaker, the total number of troops we deployed for UN peace support operations was around 3,000. Today, the number has reduced drastically. The number is around 2,666. So Ghana is in default so far as international peacekeeping operations are concerned. So please, Honorable Minister for Defense, don't tout peacekeeping operations as part of your achievements. You have failed in that department. You have failed. Why could you not deploy in Central African Republic? Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Defense tells us that they are going to procure offshore patrol vessels to enhance security in the Gulf of Guinea. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we approved the facility for the acquisition of fighter aircraft. We approved the facility, a loan facility for the redevelopment of the 37 military hospital, the phase 3. The questions we should be asking the Honorable Minister is what has happened. Ghana has defaulted in our debt service obligations. And so we are no longer credit worthy. We are no longer credit worthy. And so when the minister says he's going to bring yet another loan agreement for us to approve so that we can procure offshore patrol vessels, I'm saying that it's just going to be a wild goose chase, because our ability to borrow in the capital markets, Mr. Speaker, has reduced drastically because of our junk status. And how did we become a junk status economy? It is as a result of the mismanagement of the economy by the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia-led administration. That is why we are no longer credit worthy. And so this talk about a loan facility to procure FOB, offshore patrol vessels, Mr. Speaker, is unfortunate. It will not happen. It will not happen. But, Mr. Speaker, let me say quickly that if you look at our budget statements, starting from 2016, and once again, the military hospitals issues would be spoken to by one of my colleagues, but I just want to make a quick response here. Starting from 2016, we had stated in our 2016 budget statement that the hospital was almost complete and would be commissioned by end of year. Unfortunately, we lost elections, the MPP took over. In 2017, and I referenced the 2017 budget statement of the MPP, they indicated in that budget statement, Mr. Speaker, that by end of year 2017, the Afari Hospital was going to be commissioned. 7 years down the line, the Honorable Minister for the Defense is saying that they owed some monies and they have to raise $19 million and made certain payments. We are not interested in what you owe. We are interested in the dates of completion. You have failed Ghanaians. After 7 years, you are talking about the payment of outstanding debt obligations. Where is that coming from? When in your own 2017 budget, you said you were going to commission the hospital in 2017, and that after commissioning it, it was going to benefit people from neighboring countries like Niger, Burkina Faso, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, if I were in the shoes of the Minister for Defense, I wouldn't have said a word about the Afari Hospital, because the people in the Ashanti region are very mad at them. Their failure to commission that hospital is a cause of concern for the people of the Ashanti region. I am sure that His Majesty Dotufo is not happy with the way and manner you have handled the Afari Hospital project matters. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Interior talks about Dumja.
Honorable James Agaga, your term is almost up. Please wind up.
Mr. Speaker, Minister talks about Dumja project. Dumja project is an inherited project. In fact, the NDC bequeathed the Dumja project to the MPP. For 7 years, they have not implemented the Dumja project. Mr. Speaker, look at all the budget statements starting from 2017. Every year they talk about Dumja project. It is never implemented. It is never implemented. And so, the minister is now talking about Dumja project again. I am shocked. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Minister for Defense said they constructed the military academy. It was in phases. the officers' mess was completed. The drawings for the military academy were ready before the Minister for Defense came to office.
Honorable member, thank you very much. Your time is up. Yes, it is now the turn of Honorable Carlos Ahinkra. Honorable member, you are a chairman of the committee. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important budget, which is going to shape and, of course, steer this economy back on track come 2024. Mr. Speaker, when my leadership asked me to speak on a later day, today, I asked them, why can't I speak on a Thursday? Because I was itching to, as it were, voice out what I have to say on this budget. But little did I know that it was an opportunity in disguise, because it was going to afford me that chance to listen to some of the distortions which my colleagues on the other side have decided to peddle, so that I'll be able to straighten them up. And the Speaker, by so saying, I'll first draw our attention to what my able ranking member, who is today doubling as the minority leader, said about 1D, 1F. The Speaker, he mentioned that the government has spent 7 billion on 1D, 1F, and we have nothing to show for it. For his information, 1D, 1F is not a government-sponsored project, but it is promoted by individual investors or private investors. And the 7 billion he is referring to is a loanable amount that is payable by these investors. And so, therefore, it's not money that has been spent by the Ghana government, but indeed is a loan that has been released to investors who so desire to need this money to do their investment. He even went on to say that 1D, 1F today is virtually non-existent or dead. But I want to remind him, but whether he likes it or not, today we have about 169 factories working or being added to what already existed. And so, therefore, if we can boast of close to about 200,000 people being picked from the streets to get jobs to do, then it stands to reason that 1D, 1F can be said to be dying. Indeed, when they had the opportunity, just even one single factory, which is Commander Sugar Factory, they couldn't make it work. They went about with propaganda, opened up some showcasing, told the whole world that the factory was working, bought sugar from the streets, and showcased to everybody with some, what do you call them? Let me say, media men following up to show to the world that, yeah, the sugar is ready, sugar number. There was no single sugar, Mr. Speaker. They couldn't even complete one factory. Today, Akufo-Addo's government has done 169 factories. Almost 200 people have been picked from the streets. Just think about it. If there was no 1D, 1F, all these almost 200,000 people will still be on the street, not having any work to do. Your brothers, my brothers, are working. 1D, 1F is found in all of their districts. If I'm not making your constituencies, some of your constituencies, you can find 1D, 1F in Elembele. You can find one in Bole Bamboy. You can find one in anywhere, Mr. Speaker. And they are aware. Yet they come to this room and they behave as if there's nothing happening with this economy. But yes, there's something happening. Mr. Speaker, my deputy ranking in his delivery mentioned that we have introduced about 200 different taxes. Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct you. Fees and charges are not taxes. Fees and charges are not taxes. So if you bring a charge to this house to compel the house to approve, to use as an IGF for your agency, it cannot be considered as a tax. Please, if you don't know what a tax is, look for the definition of taxes in a dictionary, then you're able to differentiate appropriately what a tax is and what a fee is. Mr. Speaker, then my nice brother Eric Opoku also went ahead that we have earmarked 300 million for torchlight. Honorable Opoku, you see, when people like you, who are very intelligent, smart, see things in white, and you decide to say it's black, it becomes a problem. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, yes, of course, Cocoa Board on a yearly basis do estimate or do put money aside or set money aside to provide lighting for farmers in a rural folk. And Mr. Speaker, they don't just provide solar torchlight, they provide solar street lights. When we came into government, Mr. Speaker, yours truly was lucky to be on the Cocoa Board.
Honorable Carlos, hold on. Honorable Carlos, I don't intend to allow anybody to interject, but I don't want you to also invite people into your conversation. Once you mention somebody's name, then naturally you are inviting the person to. So please, you mentioned Honorable Opoku.
Yes.
And I've seen him standing, trying to. So Eric, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we are now debating the national budget, and I have not participated in the debate. We debated on the Cocoa Board syndicated loan and subjected Cocoa Board's budget to scrutiny. In that budget, they had allocated 302,910 Ghana cedis for the purchase of solar torch lights, and that was what we said. You weren't here, and you are talking about
very well. So, but to all of us, we want the debate to flow. So, as much as possible, don't mention people's name. That will aid them to also stand up. And so, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
My good friend, the Honorable Eric Opoku, should just relax. So I know he's eager and praying fervently that former President John Mahama will settle on him. Now that we are aware the running mate is going to be a male, and he's eagerly looking around for him to be found. But he should just be patient. What the honorable colleague said is not injurious. It's not injurious at all. But I am also praying for you. I'm praying for you that you should be made a running mate. Unfortunately, Speaker, all the intelligence that he's not going to get it. Honorable Eric Opoku, he's not going to be given. So stop battery. Your party already have a running mate, and it's not you.
Yes, leader.
Madam Speaker, please, this is important. We are dealing with a national crisis, and the people that have really gotten us in this are trying to divert attention. This is the national budget that is so empty that we are debating.
Honorable leader. Honorable leader.
Focus on the budget.
Honorable leader, please.
While I have the chance,
I've heard you.
Let me just make sure, as a ranking, we have.
Honorable leaders.
My chairman kept saying that.
Honorable leaders.
200,000 jobs. Even your budget did not say.
Honorable leader, please. Honorable leaders, you are supposed to help me to manage the house. But at times the interjections are just too much.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. In fact, I'm guided by your ruling on this matter. Mr. Speaker, you will bear with me that if we are indeed indulging in a debate, anything that has been said in this house can be referred to, unless it's not in a Hansard. Luckily for me, the gentleman himself got up and acceded to the fact that yes, he has said something like that, except that it is outside the budget. But who said it's only what you say in the budget that we can allude to? Mr. Speaker, we are here in this house, people peddle lies, people peddle untruths, and people peddle distortions. And you want us to sit down and let them run away with it? When he is saying, talking about solar torchlight, 300 million. When in actual fact, in their time, they even better more than that. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, when they had opportunity, we came into government in 2017, and there were more than 37 containers, 40-footer containers of solar torchlight remaining in the port. The importer had taken cocoa to court, and we had to sit down with this importer and negotiate with him to get the matter out of court, and we paid him and threw the torchlights to the rural folks. So you are sitting here telling the whole world that it is the NPP government that is bringing 300 million to go and purchase torchlights, when indeed this is a practice by COCOBOD on a year-on-year basis. Please, let us understand that if you intend to throw dust into people's eyes, it is fine. But throw it in yours first before you decide to throw it in another person's eyes. Mr. Speaker, even when Honorable Idris was speaking, he also mentioned something about 24-hour economy. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder why we tend to appreciate or praise the unknown, or something that is not existent, or something that is already in existence. Honorable Idris said that President Mahama is trying to refer to a situation whereby somebody wanting to go and do his national ID card, if at 5 o'clock the NIA closes from their offices, they still find a way to do the card. How is that possible? So NIA is going to work 24 hours, and that is 24-hour economy. I don't think that's what you want to refer to, Mr. Speaker. He even went ahead to say that it is important that if you want to, for example, pay for something, and it's time the people have to close, you have to find a way to pay. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy is already existent with us. Ghana is already experiencing this 24-hour economy due to the magnanimity and the intelligence of Dr. Bawumia. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Speaker. I was there once with one of my colleagues here, and he had a phone call. At 9 p.m., he had a phone call from his caretaker that honorable, the electricity, the bill, whatever, the charge is off, is finished. He said, oh, give me 5 minutes, I'll get back to you. In front of me, he bought electricity charge and sent the biggest to the mason to go and install. Is that not 24-hour economy?
It is.
Mr. Speaker, today, even in some areas, you will need to use some digital mechanisms to get water flowing through your taps. Is that not 24-hour economy? We were in this country. People will have their electricity being disconnected physically. Why? Because they have not paid their bill. Today you don't need to have it disconnected. If you don't pay your bill 12 midnight, your light will go off. And by 1 a.m. you are lucky enough to buy a new unit and get your light on. And if this is not 24-hour economy, what economy are you talking about? You are trying to find new ways to justify digital economy, and you are using 24-hour economy. Please, just say you are also going to bring digital economy. Then we understand. We are already enjoying our 24-hour economy. You are not going to do anything about it. And I can tell you that when Dr. Bawumia becomes the president in 2025, we'll even do better than what we have done now. Presently, Ghanaians are crying for him. Ghanaians are asking that when are we bringing this man? And we are going to bring him by 2025. If what he has done actually meets your admiration, or if you appreciate what he has done in terms of digitalization, then we are going to digitalize this economy. And We will digitalize the economy and make sure that you understand the true meaning of 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, now let me come back to my substantive debate. These few words were just initial comedy. Mr. Speaker, you are looking at a country, a government, which has given so much in terms of social intervention. Many a times, my colleagues on the other side will ask, you have borrowed so much money. What have you used it for? Mr. Speaker, yes, it's true. We have borrowed so much money. It is true. We, the people of this house, decided and agreed to incentives for 1D, 1F. Today, when it comes as the companies in 1D, 1F coming to request for exemption, we say no. And it become a problem, and that is why you see 1D, 1F dying. So I won't blame them. They can go ahead and say that, and also push exemptions as far as they can. Today, exemptions that came in here since 2021, they've still not seen the light of day. And we are sitting down saying that 1 year when he died. Let's look at what I'm bringing my speech to a close. I like to make this observation. And it's my respect for President Mahama. I have a lot of admiration for him when it comes to this. That he himself agrees, whenever he travels outside the shores of Ghana, that there's crisis in the world. Indeed, he mentioned somewhere that Ghana is where he is. Ghana is where it is today because of the COVID and the Ukraine-Russia war. He mentioned it. It's everywhere on social media. But whenever he comes back to Ghana, that idea escapes.
Yeah, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this budget statement debate. I will talk briefly on two issues, security and the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as far as security is concerned, it is pride knowledge that currently the country is going through a lot of internal security challenges. The country is going through a lot of internal security challenges. Coupled with that, we have a lot of threats from some of our neighboring countries. The combined effect of this internal security challenge and the threat from the foreign countries is that the Ministry of Finance, or the government through the Ministry of Finance, must give priority consideration and enhance the budget for the Ministries of Interior and Defense so that we can have a peace and safe country. Mr. Speaker, I thought that given the opportunity that the Honourable Ministers of Defense and Interior had this morning, I thought what they would have done was to urge this House to explain to this House the challenges that they are facing, the armed forces, the police, etc. are facing in managing the security of the country through lack of some of the equipment or modern equipment that they need to use to do their work. I thought they would have spent much of their time trying to explain that to us and inviting us to urge the Minister of Finance to try to improve upon their budgetary allocations so that they can maintain a peaceful country, rather than the path that they took in extolling the virtues of the armed forces and the police. That does not help anybody. As a member of that committee, the Committee on Defense and Interior, I know they have approached us a number of times, explaining the difficulty that they are going through because of budgetary shortages. I thought that it was a golden opportunity for them to extol that, rather than talk on their achievements and then the other things that they said this morning. So, Mr. Speaker, my point is that Ghana is being threatened. We are living on a time bomb. And we have to take note of that. Mr. Speaker, countries like the United States of America, Great Britain, Russia, Japan, etc., they are respected and feared globally because of their security might. They are respected and feared globally because of their security might. The same cannot be said about Ghana in the sub-region. If you take the armed forces, the type of equipment and material that they have, if you take the police and the rest of them, it's a serious challenge that we are facing. It is against the background that I think that we as a country must make sure that we are able to provide the necessary logistics and material equipment to the security agencies for us to defend this country and to protect the citizens. Mr. Speaker, we know, as I said earlier, about the internal security challenges. If we take the Upper East region like this, Boko area, for the past 2.5 years, have seen or known no peace. If you come and take another part of the Upper East region, Kandiga and Doba area, there was another conflict there. If you take Nkwanta, we have been hearing about the conflicts there. If you take northeastern region of Ghana, there are conflicts there. A few days ago, we had to meet on a conflict in the Kintampo, the center of this, North Kintampo, the center of this country. These internal squabbles, internal challenges, tell us that all is not well with us as a country. So I would want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot develop if the people of the country are not at peace. Many of them are displaced, few are afraid to work, and therefore productivity will be very low if it is there at all. External to, if the country is known to be lacking peace, then investment from foreign countries will be a challenge to us. So these are the two factors, internal and external challenges, security challenges that I think that we should be looking at. We in Ghana have taken security as for granted in this country. We, the citizens, have taken security for granted. Because of our rule of law, because of our democracy and the rest of them, people have now interpreted the rule of law with a culture of impunity. That is what is happening in many parts of the country. If we investigate some of these challenges that are mentioned in some parts of the country, the thing, if you investigate them, you know that people want to live by might and not by right. You cannot live by might and not by right. We must respect the judicial process. We must respect the rule of law. In a country where the rule of law is not respected, where the due process is not respected, then lawlessness is the order. And we cannot live by lawlessness. So I want to take this opportunity to commend the security agencies and the personnel in uniform for the good work they have been doing for this country, internally and externally. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's incumbent upon us to let the leadership, the ministers of Interior and the military high command and the police high command know that they are there to protect the citizens of this country. They are there to protect the country as a whole. So while in uniform we respect every one of them, we think that they should extend the same respect to the citizens, to the civilians. The civilians need to have a lot of trust, a lot of faith, and a lot of hope in the security services. If there's a challenge about trust, if there's a challenge about hope, there's a challenge about confidence, then we have a problem. So I think that we should have an opportunity, we should have an extended budget given to the security agencies, and then so that we can try and then reach out to the youth of the various areas. The challenge that we have, the security challenge that we have, is because of lack of education. It's because of lack of exposure. If we are able to target the youth and educate them, engage them constructively, then we are also able to provide programs, alternative programs, and livelihoods for them. It will minimize the incidence of conflicts that we may have in many of the parts of this country. It's because of lack of hope, lack of advantage, unemployment, and the rest of them. These are security threats that we should be seen to be addressing. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk briefly on the judiciary situation in the country. The judiciary is the third arm of government. It's the most respected arm of government. We know the other two people have on the executive and we the politician, the legislature. But we respect the judiciary. And to whom much is given, much is expected of them. So we want to use this opportunity to appeal to the judiciary to live above reproach. Mr. Speaker, it is important that affordability, accessibility to justice will be sine qua non to peace and tranquility in this country. When people have access to justice, when people have ability to get justice, then they will not complain too much. I know of the widespread allegations of corruption, which is a perception, but people of the country think that it is the truth. And then one leader once said that if the people perceive you to be what you are, even if you are not that one, the way they perceive you, it is what you are. So we want to take the opportunity to inform or remind her leadership, the Chief Justice, that she has started very well, and I expect that she will try to make justice accessible and affordable. Why am I saying so? I'm saying so against the backdrop that we have been talking about decentralization in the country. Not today. Since 2007, we started decentralization. 1992 Constitution, with elaborate provision for decentralization. Against this backdrop, the former Chief Justice Anin opened appeal court judges in many parts of the country. Tamale for the northern sector, then we had one in the central region, Cape Coast, then one in Ho and the rest of them. But subsequently, sometime last year, these appeal court houses in some of the region were closed down. And in Ghana today, there are only 2 locations for courts of appeal. That is Kumasi for the northern sector, about 10 regions, and then Greater Accra for the rest of the other 6 regions. I think that this limiting the appeal court judge to only 2 in the country is a complete disservice for the judicial service. It's not accessible to the ordinary man, and it's not affordable, and justice is going to be delayed because there will be too many cases that they will be handling. The reason they have given is that not too many cases are in that area. But yes, this is the concept of decentralization. I'm confident that if the appeal courts are established there and they are retained there, then they will improve justice delivery system. They will improve the local content of the traditions and then the practices in that area. So I would want to take this opportunity to appeal to the judiciary to try to interrogate themselves and try to make justice available and accessible to the people. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that what happened in the war with the security, what happened at Ashama, what happened in Garu are not things that we want to remember again. I think that there might be constructive engagement between the military or the security and civilians. Civilians respect men in uniform, and then we also expect that men in uniform will respect we those who are civilians because we contribute to their living and to what they have. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and to say that the budget as we have it today is not necessarily the best, but it is a working document. In fact, as a former minister, I know that in many of these provisions, within the first quarter of the year, the budgets are run out. And then many of the ministry, department, agencies will have to be doing ways and means to be able to survive. We should move beyond that and make sure that when provisions are made in the budget, then they are released. Not just released, but released timely too, so that the MDAs can work. But you have the budget allocation, by the time you know it is no more there, even if it is there, it is not released, and therefore no development takes place. These are factors militated against the smooth development of this country, and I think that given the circumstances we find ourselves, we should go beyond that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. You've spoken within your time. So I will jump to Honorable Sylvester Tete. Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I speak as the Vice Chairman of the Communications Committee on that score.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
On behalf of my chair.
Honorable Sylvester, the rules were set by the leaders. I didn't say the rules.
Mr. Speaker,
the Vice Chair.
I crave your indulgence to grant me 15 minutes because I speak for and on behalf of my chair of the committee. And for that reason,
Honorable good friend, your application is declined.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the budget and call my friends on the other side, and this House for that matter, to help approve the financial statement of the government of the Republic of Ghana for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, this budget has been tagged or named as Nkunim, meaning victory for our country. And I think it is proper and appropriate, looking at the circumstances we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the budget seeks to do 2 things. The budget seeks to advance this country towards fiscal consolidation and macroeconomic stability. We know where we are coming from as a country. This government has spent 7 years from 2017 to 2023. Mr. Speaker, the performance of this government in the first 2-3 years is not in doubt, to the extent that we had a very noble economic development where our GDP was growing at a rate of 7%.
because of something our brothers from the other side, outside this jurisdiction, they know and they talk about it. But when they come to Ghana, they refuse to accept that fact. Mr. Speaker, an economy that was growing at a rate of 7%, and in 2020-2022, we had the worst decline of our economy due to COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukraine war. And this point must be emphasized. That is why the president said, we know how to bring back the economy to life, but we cannot bring back the lives that when lives are lost. Mr. Speaker, we had an economy where inflation was a single digit, and then we had a stable currency where depreciation had been all-time low. During this period, Mr. Speaker, the economy declined to 0.5%, but gracefully today, we have seen a stable rise in the fortunes of this country, where the economy is picking up at the rate of 3.2%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for us to note that in the history of this country, our economy, the size of our economy, the GDP, that was 219.5 billion in 2016, is today in the region of 1 trillion cedis. And that is quite remarkable that we cannot put under the carpet. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking under the communication subsector, and it's important that we underscore the successes chart under the communication subsector, Mr. Speaker. And I think that under the sector, the information and communication subsector has contributed significantly to the development of our GDP. And it's important that whilst we are looking at many sectors, people are complaining. Under this subsector, Mr. Speaker, it is grown at the rate of 23.2% as its contribution to the overall GDP of our country. And I think it's important that we underscore that fact, that what has occasioned this contribution to the GDP is not just a fluke, but it's a direct and proper policy that has been put in place to ensure that the services subsector contributed significantly to the development of our economy. Mr. Speaker, there are things that have been undertaken, and in the policy statement that I want to draw the attention of this House to. Mr. Speaker, the SIM card registration had been mentioned that 30,790,000 people had been registered under the SIM card re-registration. Yeah. I think it's important that we take note. What that seeks to do is to reduce the incidence of SIM boxing and fraud in the telecommunication or in the business ecosystem. And this is so remarkable. Though it came with some challenges, I believe that we need to recognize that those who have not taken steps to register or re-register their SIMs, it is about time that this policy should make a concrete step and ensure that by a certain time, if you don't register, your SIM card should be deleted completely. Because if you have 30 million SIM cards being registered, it means everybody has opportunity to register to reduce the incidence of mobile money fraud and SIM card box fraud in this country. Mr. Speaker, in line with Sustainable Development Goals 4 and 5 and under the Girls in ICT initiative by this government, Mr. Speaker, it is worthy to note that over 2,000 girls in ICT and 200 teachers have been trained in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to accompany the sector minister to the Eastern region, and these 2,000 girls in ICT and the teachers who were trained and successful students were given laptops in their respective districts, Mr. Speaker, in the Savannah and the Northern regions. Mr. Speaker, if you had followed the trend and the trajectory of the impact girls in ICT is making to the development of our economy today, Mr. Speaker, one can only appreciate and look forward into 2024, where the ministry had projected to do more training for girls in ICT in Greater Accra, Volta region, and in the Eastern region. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to talk about girls in ICT and what they are doing to businesses in this country. Mr. Speaker, a lot more ladies have shared their testimony of how the training in ICT had impacted their small businesses they are doing
in this country. Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 746, government commitment to cyber security and fighting cyber crime in this country. Today, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, because of Ghana's role in ensuring that the cyber security is given prominence in the policies direction of this country, the Cyber Security Authority, Mr. Speaker, has attracted a global conference that is attracting over 3,000 foreign cyber security experts being held in this country on the 28th to 30th of this month. Yeah. That means Ghana's record in cyber security and protecting our cyberspace has been recognized globally, and we have the infrastructure that is attracting professionals all over the world. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the Ministry of Information under the communications subsector. Mr. Speaker, something remarkable had happened over the time, and what is worthy to be mentioned within my time, Mr. Speaker, is about the safety of journalists. The safety of journalists in this country. Government has done a lot in protecting journalists, but what is yet to be done is all of us to be able to support the fight against attack on journalists in this country. There's been series of training workshops involving members of the committee here. Mr. Speaker, the scope under which journalists work in this country, we have over 700 radio stations and television stations in this country, Mr. Speaker. Investigations among journalists or speaking to media owners in this country reveals that journalists are the least paid in this country. And I hope that will urge the Minister for Information or the Minister for Communication to push more that the journalist welfare, even though they fall under the private sector mainly, should be taken care of. It is not really helping the dissemination of information in our country, and it's critical. It's something that the Communication Committee are taking notice of, and I think that we must look at that carefully going forward as a country. Again, I also want to say that the Ministry of Communications proposal to train more girls in ICT is not sustainable if we don't have a fund, because it's so crucial to the development of this country. I will urge that we create a fund going forward to be able to sustain this laudable idea so that more girls could be trained both in the formal and the informal sector for the proper development of our country. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues on the other side, they are fixated about the rate of depreciation of our cedi, but they should be quick to commend government that since February to November 2023, there's been stability of the Ghanaian currency that has only depreciated 6.4% as against 59.2% previously the last year under review. And I think it's worthy to commend this government that the steps we're putting in place is not just a few, but it's a concrete decision in ensuring that we have stability in our country so that businesses can thrive. Lastly, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, your time is up. I will add 1 minute to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst I bring my submission to a close, I want to urge the House. This is about time. Whether we like it or not, we have only one country. And the steps government is taking, because the election is coming, we go out and paint this country so black to the investing community. But if you take this budget and look at where we were coming from, the state of this country, where your cedi to the dollar was depreciating at the rate of 59%, and now we've come down to 6.4%, it's remarkable. It boosts investor confidence, and that is where we'll have confidence to attract investors, or local investors will have opportunity to invest. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on promoting local businesses, ICT can never be taken from the processes of promoting businesses in this country. That is why everything we've done under the communication subsector is geared towards. When people are talking about 24-hour economy, somebody talk about when we have a 24-hour economy, the port of Tema will be doing 24-hour service. Already at the port of Tema, we have 24-hour service. Yesterday at 10 p.m., I was in the Tema port and they are working. So it is not a new thing that is going to come in 2025 or beyond. Mr. Speaker, today, when you sleep, in the middle of your sleep and your light goes off, you can buy electricity that is 24-hour
powered by communication.
Honourable Member, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That's how the politics do shape.
Very well. Let me now come to Honourable Dr. Zinato Ajima Rawlings. Honourable, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I hope the same dispensation of the extra 1 minute will be extended to me. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute towards the debate on the motion that this House approves the budget statement and economic policy for government for the year ending December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I plan to speak on the budget and tie it in with the national security policy. Just to say in advance that I'm not quite sure what the heading of this budget is, but it sounds more like a Midofwa Dada, which means my loved one deceived me. Mr. Speaker, before the MPP came to power, we were sleeping more comfortably in our homes. And now, the increase in violent crime, especially gun crime, is frightening. And as a member of the Defense and Interior Committee, I must say I'm very concerned about the trend that we're seeing. And for the record, there's no factory in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, democracy thrives in transparency and accountability. If you look at the budget statement, the volume 2, if you open to page 289, you'll find something very interesting, Mr. Speaker. And I read, the Ghana Armed Forces contributed a total of 7,354 troops with equipment towards international peacekeeping efforts in several conflict zones. If you will just compare this to...
Honourable, hold on. Honourable Sylvester, are you going? The issue is when you finish debating, you should be in the chamber. So don't go. All of you, when you finish debating, please, let's remain in the chamber. Yes, Honourable, let's move on.
Speaker, our side has always been obedient, and they always sit in the chamber. I want to put that on record. And the Honourable Vice Chair of Committee of Communications, Speaker, a very diligent legislator, always in the chamber. Our side is very, very prompt, and we are diligent. We are always in the chamber.
Leader,
and, Speaker, we can count now.
Leader,
let's count now. Look at their side. You are supposed to. You are seeking to come to power. Speaker, look at their side. Look at their side. Speaker, let's count. Look at their side. Honourable Ahmed, what do you want to say? You are supposed to take us as a credible opposition, and you don't come to the chamber. You are supposed to be a credible opposition. Speaker, I can't imagine. You are seeking to come to power with this attitude. You will never come to power.
Look. Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, let's count. Which side is the majority now? We are more than you. Besides that, Mr. Speaker, on a very serious note, we cannot proceed with the budget without the Minister for Finance, Deputy Ministers for Finance, and the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, even today, we are debating the Ministry of Defense and Interior, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Youth and Sports, and Ministry of Communication. None of them is here as I speak. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Mr. Speaker, when you want to talk of responsibility, we are more responsible than you. Mr. Speaker, if seriousness and discipline is what should be taken to be given power, then you don't deserve. Then Ghanaians should be given the power to give the power to us without even election. You have just come. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians know which side is not serious. He must withdraw and apologize. Else, until he delivers the Minister of Finance and the two deputies and the Minister of Finance and the Minister of, we are not proceeding. Mr. Speaker, when you are cabinet, did you go to cabinet? Did you go to cabinet? This is government most important policy. You are not a cabinet. We need the minister who defended this policy at cabinet. Before we proceed, Deputy Minister, when you are cabinet,
thank you.
He must withdraw Mr. Speaker and apologize to us. We have been doing this from Monday. You have just come.
Oh, let's take it lightly.
This is a very
Leader.
Speaker, we are very serious. This is a very serious allegation. On a normal day, Mr. Speaker, I will not respond. But when you predicate this one to responsibility and seriousness for power, we are more responsible and serious for power than him. So he must withdraw and apologize. We are helping you to do your government business. We are not diligent. And we are not serious. Oh, Chief Whip, withdraw and apologize before you proceed.
Yeah.
Speaker,
I thought it was just a light note.
Imagine the drama. I am saying, listen, what I said, there's no point in throwing your hands out in gesticulation. I am saying that you are supposed to be criticizing government and taking government on, and your side is empty. That's what I said. That's what I said, and it's a fact. It's a fact. And Speaker, on a more serious note, the Deputy Finance Minister has been sitting here all day. She's been sitting here all day. Yeah, so he shouldn't say that he's not been here. And the Minister for Defense has been sitting here all day. And the Minister for Interior has been sitting here all day. I am saying that this attitude will not let you win power. And so clearly you are not ready for power. I should withdraw and apologize. What should I withdraw? I don't know. Tell me what I should withdraw. There's nothing to withdraw. Nothing to withdraw. I'm saying that the ministers have been here.
It's okay. Leader, you just came in. You don't know what is even at stake.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I can understand why Honourable Ahmed is really very, very irritated. Honourable Speaker, we've been working with the majority leader all week. We understood the challenges the majority leader was going through. In fact, on the first day of this debate, when we had submitted our full list, we understood that he was having challenges getting even members to come and debate. In fact, the first day, they sent 2 names up there. And then they were, making phone calls. When they get one, they add. When they negotiate with you and they get one, they add. You've been struggling to even get your own people.
Honorable, it's okay.
And so you just arrived.
Honorable,
and so
Honorable
the minority, what you just said, is completely out of order.
Honorable.
Withdraw and let's move forward.
Leader, over.
Speaker, I just walked in, but I've heard and indeed caught the drift of what the Deputy Whip for the minority was saying. Because some of these things, we take them in our stride. For instance, the one that is being related to by the Deputy Minority Leader, that I came in, and even the Speaker said, I'm a limping Majority Leader. Because I could not ensure that we had a full house behind me. I took that in my stride. The Honorable Haruna Idrisu, whom I've said sometimes pleased with him, not always, also more or less attacked me that I should concentrate on getting people here rather than concentrating on my campaigns to be a running mate. That's because there's no contest in a running mate. I took that in my stride. Sometimes they are meant to lighten what atmosphere that we may have here. So I just want to appeal to my colleagues that we should let sleep in.
Thank you very much, Leader. Thank you so much. I mean, at times you have to take some of these things in our strides. So, Honorable Senator Ajma Rawlings, you've spoken for 1 minute, so you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, in volume 2, the minister mentioned that Ghana had sent 7,354 troops for peace support operations. And yet in Volume 1, which he presented to this House, the number of members of the Ghana Armed Forces who were sent on peace support operations was 2,660. Mr. Speaker, what should we believe? Frankly, at this point, I would urge all members to pay attention to the details of this budget, because I personally, at this point, cannot be sure about the veracity of the information that we've been given. When the budget statement that was initially read in this House gives a figure of 2,000 something, and then the second volume gives us 7,000. Did the Ghana Armed Forces on our blind side recruit over 3,000 persons? In which case, how are we supposed to monitor all of this if our oversight role as members of parliament is not being given that opportunity? Mr. Speaker, if you would also recognize the fact that this issue brings to light the fact that there are great problems within this issue of recruitment into our security services. Are we seeing issues where people's ethnic groups are now taking precedence over the proper regional balance? Mr. Speaker, is it a case that people who belong to specific political parties, in this case the government party, are being given preference over ordinary citizens of this country when it comes to recruitment into our national security services? Mr. Speaker, if we want to ensure the professionalism of our armed forces, some of the things that we have to look at are the ethnic biases. We have to look at politicization of our armed forces. We have to look at the weak operational capacity, because all of these undermine the integrity of our forces in the eyes of our citizens. At a time like this, when we are looking at the downward drift of violent extremism and terrorism into our borders, and to have this level of clashes between the armed security personnel who are meant to protect our territory, who are meant to ensure internal peace, we're now seeing clashes between them and civilians. Mr. Speaker, this does not bode well for our democracy. Is the training up to scratch? Are the troops getting the right training? Or once again, are we having political interference where people who are supposed to be training for over 6 months are now passing out after 3 months? This undermines the security services and their ability to deliver on their mandate. Mr. Speaker, still on Volume 2, we are told in paragraph 1,000 that 15 forward operating bases have been done in our northern border, or are in the stage of being done. Mr. Speaker, there are some places where it's only the land that has been acquired. And I challenge the minister to come and show us the stages of completion of at least one FOB on our northern border. He's not here. Because none of them has been completed. Mr. Speaker, when you are considering your national security, in the hierarchy of your strategy, you deal with what is priority. Our northern border is our weakest point. And to think that 15 FOBs and not one has been completed is an indictment on the NPP government. Mr. Speaker, the NPP government said that by 2022, we would have our L-39 aircraft for our Air Force. In 2024, not a single mention was made in the budget because Ghana has defaulted on payment. Mr. Speaker, Phase 3 of the 37 military hospital was supposed to be done in 2022. 2024, not a mention was made of Phase 3 of the 37 military hospital. Mr. Speaker, this same government promised that they were going to build further police hospitals in Sunyani and Bolgatanga. Nothing has happened. The police hospital project, still with payments being made, and is still not fully operational. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the probability matrix when it comes to a national security strategy, high up on those are the corruption, mismanagement of the economy, internal conflict, seasonal floods, youth, unemployment, and maritime security and piracy. If you consider the fact that the FOB on the western border has not been completed, given the fact that maritime security is a clear and present threat to our national security, this is yet again a failure on the NPP's part. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to some of the other threats, governance challenges, which is very important, we're seeing serious issues with governance. This should actually move up on those clear and pressing threats. Galamsey, which falls under ecological and environmental hazards, should also be moved up since this government came into power, as we see more and more of our water bodies going brown. Mr. Speaker, the proliferation of arms. We are seeing more and more clashes where civilians are armed to the teeth, using weapons that are so sophisticated, and attacking innocent civilians and attacking our armed forces. There again, there is a failure on this government to make sure that the arms proliferation in this country is brought to check. Mr. Speaker, yet again, as part of our national security, appropriate educational system. If you have an educational system where now the basic education is now so weak that it's not able to hold up our tertiary education, what you're going to see is in the next 5 to 10 years, we will see the legacy of this government, where we will have people who we can't employ because they don't have the foundations that are strong enough in education. There's a mismatch between the training at our tertiary levels and the labor market. That is also identified as a national security risk. That is yet another failure, Mr. Speaker. Sustainable food security. In the national security document, we're told about the government's intention to ensure that we increase rice, maize, sorghum, and other kinds of cereals in production so that we decrease the imports. And yet Ghana has spent over $2 billion importing food that we could have been growing here. So much for the planting for food and jobs. Mr. Speaker, the key objectives of our national security strategy include, but are not limited to, building a robust economy. If we look at where we are now, having been sent to the IMF, clearly that is a failure. If you look at the fact that we should have been addressing our food security and we're importing more food than ever before, that is a failure. Addressing labor security. Look at the brain drain that we are suffering at this point in time when more than ever we need skilled labor to remain and help build this economy. Yet another failure. There was supposed to be labor migration governance. Clearly that is not working. Too many of our skilled workers are going. When with pride, the Caribbean are talking about taking nurses from Ghana. ICU nurses who are very difficult to train. Those are the nurses they are taking, leaving us at risk so that patients are dying because they cannot afford to travel for health care. That is a failure, Mr. Speaker. Strengthening internal security and conflict resolution within Ghana, yet another failure, as we are seeing increasingly more and more pockets of conflict in various areas, with the latest red flag being Kintampo. Mr. Speaker, that is another failure in the internal security in this country. And why? Is it because the armed forces are under civilian control, and ultimately a civilian whose face is not seen gives an order for members of the security service personnel to go and do certain things which should not be done. And then the security service personnel get bashed, get blamed, but nobody's asking who is the invisible face, who is the civilian that has oversight that is allowing all of this to happen. Mr. Speaker, it is time we turned our radar onto the executive as well, and not just on the security sector, because the security sector is actually controlled by civilians. That is how we have a democracy. If in this country we are claiming that the armed forces are doing things without recourse to any civilian authority, that is what you call chaos, and that is also a coup d'etat. But as long as the armed forces are subject to civilian control, then there's a civilian behind the scenes, and we need to look closely at those who are giving the order for the armed forces to actually do what they are doing. And just to make mention of certain incidents, for example, what are we doing still about the invasion of the Chamber of Parliament during the Speaker's election? That is something that is an indictment, not just on this House, but on us as a nation. That something like that should happen during the transition period of a government. Mr. Speaker, interestingly enough, in all other jurisdictions, the Cybersecurity Authority falls under national security. It's very strange that in Ghana it's under communications. Perhaps we need to look at that.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Wind up.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken
I'll give you 1 minute for the distraction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. National security also talks about the military industrial complex. Dollar power is a ticking time bomb. 48 engineers should have been empowered and given the mobilization to create an FOB there and make roads. That has not been done. Yet another security failure in terms of this government's management of this country. Mr. Speaker, the biggest threat to our security is corruption and lack of consequence. The abuse of political power of the executive, political interference in our security services mandate, especially with individuals who are using the security services to push their own private agenda and going to brutalize citizens in various areas. Mr. Speaker, the rule of law is about the might of right and not the right of might. But this is what the people of Ghana have had to endure under this government for the last 7 years. From Galamsey and people being protected by the armed forces.
Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker,
so much
for the opportunity.
Thank you. We now turn to Honorable Suleiman Said. Honorable, you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement and economic policy of government for 2024 financial year. But before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, I want to place it on record that Ghana has a thriving democracy. We have security to promote development and to protect our people. So I don't want us to send any signal out there that we have insecurity. Yes, we may have some pocket of issues here and there. There are challenges. Every country encounters such challenges. So we should not send that signal from this house that there's chaos out there and that there's insecurity out there. Please. We have a democracy to protect. Our people are looking up to us, and therefore we should not send such signal. I just want to put that on record that this country is in good hands, it's in safe hands. We provided security for this country, despite all the insecurity around us in West Africa. We still protect ourselves as a people, and we are proceeding to deliver political dividends to our people. Now to my substantive submission, Mr. Speaker. I will want to speak on local government and some of the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve as a people. Mr. Speaker, as you know, successive governments have actually treaded on the path of decentralization as a vehicle of getting our grassroots participate in our democratic process in terms of decision making and all that. We have actually deepened that, and as a result, there were so many things that the government promised to do, especially when it comes to the issue of election of DCs and MMDCs. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that we had a consensus to some extent, and we were proceeding very well on that agenda. Unfortunately, along the line, our colleagues on the other side decided to chicken out for some reasons. But as we speak now, that topic and that matter has refused to go away. It keeps on popping up every time that we have discussed. And I believe that as a country, we cannot run away from it. We need to confront our fear. We need to address that issue so that our MMDAs will be able to deliver the needed development that our people are yearning for. And I think that we need, as a house, to agree on some of these common grounds that we can work together so that our people can have a peace of mind, so that we don't need to be bringing out these issues because they are unresolved. Whether we like it or not, this issue will continue to recur, and any government, successive government, will be called upon to take a decision on that. So I call on my colleagues on the other side to join us so that we bring it back onto the front burner and then discuss it and see the way forward. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at our development trajectory. And I would like to refer to the budget statement, page 111, paragraph 587. And with your indulgence, I would like to quote. Mr. Speaker, to deepen decentralization, the ministry transferred a total amount of 184,220,095 Ghana cedis from the District Assembly Common Fund Response Factor Grant, that's a DACF RFG, to 261 MMDAs to fund DPAT V5 sub-projects and then conducted DPAT 7 performance assessment. Mr. Speaker,
What is happening is that apart from the common fund that is transmitted to the various assemblies for development, this program, that's the DPAD program, actually enhances the funds that goes to the various assemblies for development, coupled with the secondary cities support program that the Ministry of Local Government is pursuing. If you put this together with the regular common fund, it suggests that a lot of funds are going to the various assemblies for development. But however, Mr. Speaker, there still exists the opportunity for the various assemblies to increase their revenue and then bring in more revenue for development. Even though government is doing very much in terms of monies that is, or funds that is transmitted to them, but I think that we need to actually look at the IGFs that are coming from the assemblies. In 2022, the government, in its own wisdom, decided to bring in GRA to assist the assemblies in property rate collection. Unfortunately for us, there were few implementation challenges. And with my colleagues on the local government committee, we've actually discussed this on several occasions. And we believe that the various implementation challenges that have been identified should be worked on so that we'll be able to bring in more revenue than what we were doing, because the figures were not encouraging at all. Unfortunately for us, the GPS system that the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bamia, championed, actually has made it very clear that there are a number of houses that has not been, or property that has not been captured. And from the records, we were told that Ghana, we had just about barely 2 million houses that were captured. But as we speak now, with the GPS system, we've been able to identify about 12 million houses. And all that we need to do is to find a way of assessing these houses, getting values for them, and then assigning rates to them, and so that the assemblies can actually go ahead and collect the revenues that are due the state. So I'll urge the ministry to not to relent on its efforts. Despite the initial hiccups, they should still go ahead and assist GRA to come up with the necessary infrastructure, especially technological-wise, for them to be able to roll out the program and bring in more revenue, because what is coming from the center should be augmented. And I think we still have a lot of opportunities down there in the various local areas to mobilize for national development. Mr. Speaker, I would like to look at the issue of secondary cities program that has been ongoing from the local government sector. Mr. Speaker, a lot of successes have been chalked there, and I would just want to share some of the accomplishments that have been captured in the budget statement. With your indulgence, I would like to read from page 112, paragraph 590. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, through the participating municipal assemblies under the Ghana Secondary Cities Support Program, constructed 9 urban markets, 12.60 kilometers of storm water drain, 3 urban transport terminals, and 1 industrial estate, a business advisory center, among others, to improve urban management and basic urban service deliveries. In 2024, the ministry will continue the implementation of the remaining projects under this program for all urban infrastructure projects, including markets, transport terminals, industrial parks, and roads and storm drains. Mr. Speaker, these are the very political dividends that our people are yearning for. And whatever means that we have to do through the various assemblies to deliver this, we need to do these things.
And as I said, we need to bring the issue of IGF, and I'll urge my colleagues on the other side to join us to have a dispassionate discussion on that and see the way forward and make sure that we are able to increase the IGF situation in the various assemblies for our development. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I wish to thank you very much for the opportunity and just conclude by saying that 2024 holds a lot of positives for us, year of possibilities, and very soon I'm sure it will usher us into 2025 when the man of possibilities will be taking over the hands of affairs of this country and deliver political dividends to our people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. So it is now the turn of Honorable Peter Lanchin Tubu. What's the pronunciation?
Honorable Speaker, but the name is Peter Lanchene Togo. Lanchene means let's work together.
I didn't ask you to give me the name. How is it pronounced?
It's to aid your understanding.
Lanchene.
Very well.
Work together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget debate on the floor. I will want to make some initial comments before I get into the details as to why I rise to speak. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about a 24-hour economy policy, the understanding of my friends from the MPP side is that our hospitals are running 24 hours. So that is a 24-hour economy policy for them. Electricity company running 24 hours. Water companies are running 24 hours. Chop bars are running 24 hours. My father's Akwetesi bar is running 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, that is their understanding of a 24-hour economy. But let me put it clearly. A 24-hour economy policy is basically a mechanism by the state to ensure that all businesses, both private and public, I'm coming there, both private and public, engineered by the state, work effectively for economic development. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the income budget in 2022 that gave birth to the Nkunim budget for 2024. The Nkunim budget for 2024, according to the minority leader, is a clear definition of what is called an empty budget. I had to take my time to read over it again to see whether it's really empty or not. Mr. Speaker, this is the last budget of the Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration as they prepare to go into opposition. The Nkunim budget, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what MPP told us in 2016, hoodwinking the whole Ghanaian population and making Ghanaians to believe that the presidency of President Nana Akufo-Addo will turn Ghana around, transform Ghana into the world class that we want. Let me take you straight away to the 2016 MPP manifesto, and I'll connect it to the Nkunim budget and to prove to you that is indeed an empty budget. Mr. Speaker, I read chapter 14 of the MPP manifesto for 2016, page 148. It was talking about the police service. In page 148, it says, that is section 2, paragraph C, they are going to ensure that our marine police unit is expanded and resourced, and that it works in tandem with the Navy to deal effectively protecting our offshores, oil, gas, and all that. Mr. Speaker, recently we had a flood in the Volta region and Eastern region areas. We saw the Navy there doing what they know doing best. Mr. Speaker, did you see the police? The police were totally absent because the marine police unit is not well resourced. The marine police unit is dying. And this is what they promised Ghanaians. And the police were very excited, voting for MPP to come to power and come and save the Ghana Police Service. This is disingenuous. It was total deception. And that is why I will read for you, Mr. Speaker, 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14. It says what? My people who are called by my name, if you can hearken to me, come back to me, repent, I will heal the land. Mr. Speaker, all of us sitting in this room, let's repent from lying. Let's repent from deceiving the Ghanaian people. Let's repent from propaganda. Let's repent from sloganeering. This is not the way to govern the country, Mr. Speaker. If what President Nana Akufo-Addo has done from 2009 to date is what we call governance, I am quite sure that the Ghanaian people will tell us that they are totally disappointed. This is not the way to run the country. Mr. Speaker, on the same page, in the same manifesto, they promised to develop comprehensive policy to enhance the police capacity to tackle cyber crimes and cyber security issues. Mr. Speaker, if I'm not in doubt, I am sure that your Facebook account, you have about 3, 4, 5 Facebook accounts. If I am not in doubt, I am sure that all of you sitting in this room, many of you have cloned accounts on social media, and they are using it to dupe people. Has government succeeded in capacitating the police to fight these crimes? Was that a promise that has been fulfilled? So is that an incoming budget that we will say that they have actually been victorious? Mr. Speaker, let me take you to the same manifesto, page 150. This is what is interesting. President Kufuor came and increased the end dollar policy I'm talking about. He increased $27. It was $16. He increased it to $27 for the soldiers. When you go for peacekeeping mission and come, every day you earn $16 before. President Kufuor made it $27. President John Dramani Mahama increased it from $27 to $35. In their own manifesto in 2016, they promised the soldiers, when we come to power, Mr. Speaker, they said what? The MPP commits to adjusting upwards the allowances. 7 years down the line, Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, we are still on what President Mahama did in 2016. $35 a day for the soldiers. What kind of promise is that? Is it fulfilled? No. So can you call this an incoming budget? No. Mr. Speaker, let me move on. Page 151, still on security. It says, improving healthcare at prisons for prisoners, prison officers, and civilian employees. Mr. Speaker, all the prison officers who are watching us today, they were excited in 2016 because they believed that with the presidency of President Nana Akufo-Addo, they were going to get what they call contagious disease allowance. Contagious disease allowance has been a bane for the Ghana Prison Service. And since 2017 to date, it is right stated there in their own manifesto, nothing like that has happened. And this is the last budget for the MPP administration as they prepare to go into opposition. I can't find any sentence, not even a line about contagious disease allowance. This level of deception is demoralizing to continue to practice democracy. If we don't change, the people are going to lose faith in us one day. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to something very strategic. Mr. Speaker, it's not for nothing that the Vice President is the head of the economic management team. It is not for nothing that he doubles as the chairman of the Police Council. It is not for nothing that he also becomes the chairman of the Ghana Armed Forces Council. The reason is simple. There is a linkage between security and economics. If your economy is bad, your security will definitely be bad. If you look at the Global Peace Index, Mr. Speaker, the Global Peace Index says that in the year 2021, Ghana was 38 on the list of 163. In the year 2022, Ghana slipped down to 40th position amongst 163 colleagues. In the year 2023, as we speak, Ghana is 51 on the list. It tells you that there is a connection between the peace index and the economic index. Look at our inflation rate. Look at depreciation. Look at interest rate. And you know what? When your economic policy is very bad, the security will expose you. In other words, the peace index in the security angle is going to expose your economic incompetence. Mr. Speaker, I am speaking like this because if you look at the level of incompetence, the level of economic mismanagement, the level of sloganeering, the deception that we have suffered for 7 good years, if we don't throw this incoming budget out of the window, the people of Ghana will be wondering, what are we doing in this house? This incoming budget is totally an empty budget, and many people within the security sector are so disappointed that for 7 good years, as we get into your last year to exit, already you know, those of you who are planning to get to somewhere and settle, you can do the best that you can. But the fact is that MPP is on the way out in 2024 elections. Take it or leave it. The people of Ghana are surprised that you promised so much and you delivered very little. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. When you look at the 2023 budget, right in page 890, paragraph 894, and if I may read, the service took delivery of a prototype rapid intervention vehicle and firefighting motorbike to boost its operational capacity for road traffic and patrol respectively. This is Ghana Fire Service. The people in the Ghana Fire Service are watching us. President Mills, from independence, the Ghana Fire Service has never gotten a boost as high as that of what President Mills did to them. So much of promise. But what have we seen today? Two
Honorable
platforms.
Peter Luchu, your time is up.
I will land very soon. Two platforms and one rapid intervention vehicle is what has been handed over to the Ghana Fire Service. Mr. Speaker, if there is anything better we can do for the Ghana Fire Service, let's ensure that in the year 2024, something better is done to revamp the Ghana Fire Service and give them the capacity to save lives, very particularly in road crashes. Mr. Speaker, if I may land, as you warned me already, there is something very critical in the security sector. The Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center is a critical center for foreign policy interpretation, for capacity building, for security officers, not only for Ghana, but for over 40 countries. Anybody who had gone to the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center in the last 10 years, if you walk back there now, you'll be shocked because the center is dying. The center, if it is not dead, it is dying.
Thank you.
I pray that government will do something better.
Thank
revive
you.
the Kofi Annan International
Thank
Peacekeeping
you.
Center.
Thank you, Peter.
So on this note, Mr. Speaker,
Thank you
thank
so
you for the
much.
opportunity.
Yes. I haven't called you, but you've already gotten up. Anyway, so it's the turn of Honorable Collins in team.
Thank you.
Honorable Collins, you are Deputy Minister.
For the opportunity.
You are entitled to 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given me to contribute to the debates on the budget statements and the economic policies of Government of Ghana for the fiscal year 2024. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to limit my presentation and debate on issues of local governance and rural development. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, when His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came with a vision and aspirations. And his visions and aspiration is supported, was supported ably by the most distinguished and hardworking Vice President under the Fourth Republican Constitution, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to bring good governance and quality public goods and services closer to the doorsteps of every Ghanaian, irrespective of where you are, whether from the north, from the south, the east, the middle belt, and all that. And Mr. Speaker, it has also been the vision of Mr. President to promote confidence and enhance welfare system at all levels of our society so as to promote good social and economic cohesion. Mr. Speaker, sequel to this, the government working through the various ministries, departments, and agencies is rolling out several programs and interventions. And Mr. Speaker, all these programs and initiatives eventually finds expression in the districts where actual and practical implementation occurs. In support of that, sequel to that, Mr. Speaker, government working through, Mr. Speaker, in support of that vision, the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development since 2017 have been extremely sensitive to the plight of metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies in respect of their perennial challenges of office accommodation problems, which have over the years challenged the service delivery, the quality of service delivery, most in most of the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, therefore, in working in partnership with the District Assembly Common Fund, the regional coordinating councils, initiated several procurement processes to be able to provide adequate and sufficient office space for all the assemblies. And, Mr. Speaker, to date, about 86 assembly office blocks were constructed at the regional coordinating, within the various regionals, and the distribution across the country are as follows. Mr. Speaker, in Ashanti region, to date, 22 of such programs, such administration block is ongoing, and the eastern region we have 13, in the greater Accra we have 11, in the central region we have, in the western region we have 1, in the western north we have 1, in the western region we have 4, the northern region we have 3, in the Bono we have 2. Mr. Speaker, about 75 of these projects have been completed and in use. Mr. Speaker, it might also interest you to note that this was done concurrently with the renovation of additional 20 dilapidated assembly offices and the completion of additional 26 others which were initiated by the previous government, and giving credence to the fact that this government is prepared to complete all the programs and projects initiated by the various administration, the past administration. Again, Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the service delivery agenda, the ministry, working in partnership with the Office of the Local Government Service, also engaged, since 2017, has engaged 14,050 new personnel into the service, and as part of the Government of Ghana agenda of job creation. Mr. Speaker, Section 12(3)(h) of the Local Governance Act, Act 936 of the 2016, stipulates that, and I quote, a district assembly shall ensure ready access to courts in the district for the promotion of justice. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate the realization of this constitutional obligation, the ministry, with the support of the District Assembly Common Fund and with the explicit direction of the then Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Sophia Akufu, and His Lordship Justice Anibia Boa, in 2020 commenced the construction of 130 courthouses and 120 modern, ultra-modern residential accommodation for judges and magistrates across the country. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the ministry support to the development of the judicial system has been extended to the development of additional appeal court judges gated community at the Nyame in Kumasi in the Ashanti region, where about 24 executive flats and the guest and the clubhouses with other supporting amenities have also been constructed. This is in partial fulfillment of the provisions of the 1992 Constitution and to facilitate the appellate jurisdiction within the Middle Belt and the northern part of the country. Mr. Speaker, this clearly supports that Mr. President's vision of enhancing the image of the judicial system in the country. It's cardinal. And Mr. Speaker, you all agree with me that the judicial system has never seen such high level of investment since Gagisberg's time. And this did not happen just by happenstance. It happened at the time when we have the first gentleman of the land, being His Excellency Nana Addo himself, being an astute lawyer. And at the same time, the Minister for Local Government then, Honor Hajia Alima, was also a lawyer. And interestingly, the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator was also a lawyer of good standing. Mr. Speaker, in areas of the rural development, government over the years attempted to come up with several programs to be able to address the poverty gaps. And this government, since 2017, has initiated a number of pro-poor policies, programs, and interventions, and some all with the aim of trying to address the pagma of poverty that has confronting many Ghanaians, especially those within the middle and the northern belt. Among such programs include the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, that's the LEAP program. We have the Labor Intensive Public Works program. We have the Productive Inclusion programs. We have the National Health Insurance programs. We have educational programs. We have the Planting for Food and Jobs. We have the Planting for Export and Rural Development programs. We have the Rearing for Food and Jobs program, and the Mass Cocoa Spraying program. Mr. Speaker, all these major programs and policies are carefully designed and implemented through the decentralized systems in the various metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies systems to be able to ensure that many more Ghanaians come into the financial inclusion brackets. And Mr. Speaker, it might also interest you to note that under the livelihood program, about 346,019 extreme poor households benefited from a bi-monthly unconditional cash transfers. And under the Labor Intensive Public Works program, Mr. Speaker, about 34,579 extreme poor households also benefited. Mr. Speaker, in all, about 13.80 million cedis were paid as unskilled labor wage. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, 64 stretches of feeder routes with an average kilometrage of 5 were also done, and the 79 hand-dug dams were also done. 209 number plantations with an average of 2,222 hectares have also been delivered. Mr. Speaker, one classical example of collaborative effect between the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development, and the Ministry of Food and Agriculture has to do with the implementation of the program we call the Planting for Export and Rural Development Program. Mr. Speaker, this PED program is a decentralized national tree crop program which seeks to bring diversification of the national economy by bringing on board about 6 major commodity chains and raise it to the level akin to cocoa. Mr. Speaker, these commodity chains includes the cashew, we have the mango, we have the coffee, we have the shea, we have the coconut, we have the oil palm, and the rubber. And Mr. Speaker, to date, 98 districts have been validated for the production of cashew for the transitional zones of Ashanti region down to the broke out with all the 5. 40 districts, Mr. Speaker, have also been validated to cultivate oil palm. We have 72 districts that has also been validated to produce coconuts. We have 5 districts that have also been validated to do fuel. And Mr. Speaker, the target of this PED program is 1 million to 1 million farmers, and to be able to cultivate an average of just 1 acre. So in effect, 1 million people cultivating an average of 1 acre to give us a 1 million acreage of various commodity chains. And Mr. Speaker, I can confidently say that the achievement so far has been very good. Mr. Speaker, the ultimate goal of this PED program is in the medium term to contribute to an average of 13.5 million United States dollars into the national assets. This is one of the major legacies of His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And Mr. Speaker, this legacy is a platinum legacy. It's a platinum legacy in the sense that it's a legacy that is going to stand the test of time and stand the test of time and benefit many more Ghanaians from generations to generation. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it might also interest you to note that as part of Mr. President's vision to strengthen democracy, also deepen our local governance system, very soon, Mr. Speaker, a bill will come to this House. A bill will come to this House for the establishment of a virgin university, a university of local governance and development studies. And Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, let me wish to commend your committee, the Committee of the Local Government, for the kind of support that they have given to this project. And I must mention the Honorable Ranking Member, Honorable Neil Dumpty and his team. They have been so supportive towards the implementation of these rules, and I commend him for that. Mr. Speaker, the university, when completed, will also run a number of professional and graduate programs, especially on local governance. And that is also going to touch base and then provide avenue for major stakeholders like the traditional rulers, the traditional rulers, the assembly members, the priests, to be able to understand the tenets of local governance, so they will be able to contribute meaningfully towards the development of our dear country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The time is 2 o'clock. We will take the last one from Honorable Ni Lantevan Dapoy. But before then, kindly indulge me to extend sitting beyond the normal sitting hours. So, Honorable Neil Lantevan Dapoy,
thank you.
You are also a
Honourable
ranking
Speaker.
member, and you have 15
I thank you for the
minutes.
opportunity given me to contribute to the motion on the floor.
15 minutes.
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, local governance has become the foundation for our democratic governance in this country. No wonder in the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution, Article 240 has emphasized that as much as possible, the governance of this country shall be structured on local governance. So the importance of local governance cannot be underestimated. We have gone further to say that as much as possible, our governance system shall be decentralized in order to give opportunity to our local governance system to be enshrined in the policy decisions of our central government. From 2017, as a local government person, I feel sad that the most important, the spine of our democratic process and development in this country has totally been neglected. It feels sad. From 2017 to 2020, local government did not even feature in the cabinet of the governance of Nana Akufo-Addo. I thought it was the minister. So when the general was brought as a minister in 2021, I thought that with him, local governance was going to see a new lease of life. But now, the ministry is depressed, disappointed, disillusioned. Mr. Speaker, you can even see from the demeanor of my colleague, the deputy chairman, and the deputy minister when they were speaking. No hope. No hope. Their morale so low because there was nothing in this budget. There's nothing to give us any hope for local governance in this country. If you take 2022 budget, 2023 budget, 2024 budget, local governance has become only District Assembly's Common Fund, Parks and Gardens, birth and death, local economic development. Mr. Speaker, local governance means more to this country than parks and gardens, birth and death. The thrust of our economic policy is supposed to be driven by local government and decentralization. This budget, every sector should have a component of local government and decentralization. This budget, every sector of our economy as a country, because that is what our country's democratic governance is situated on. Going through the budget, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that my colleague has mentioned a few things in the budget. First, he mentioned the fact that through the District Assembly's Common Fund, new residence for Court of Appeal judges have been built. Yes. Initiated under John Dramani Mahama, executed under Nana Akufo-Addo. But this government has demolished bungalows of appeal court judges for a pit. Demolished them and built a pit. So you use our money to demolish bungalows, dig a pit, and then go and build new ones. My colleague also mentioned the fact that 86 projects are being yes, 86 projects. I'm happy he also gave credit to the fact that some of these projects were started under the John Dramani Mahama administration. 26 of 86, that's good. But you should have gone further to say that because we created new districts, that is why those projects are being done. If the new John Mahama administration had not created those districts, there won't be the need for the projects to be done. And I'm happy that this house is the one that is holding the government as far as local government is concerned. Because all these projects is mentioned, all these fabulous things is mentioned, were the brain of the committee of local government of this house. And approval given by the whole house during our formula approval process. So this government should always thank the members of the local government committee of parliament. Because but for this committee, this government of Nana Akufo-Addo and Bawumia wouldn't have had anything at all to talk about local government. All development now under local government is through the District Assembly's Common Fund. Meanwhile, we are asking you to increase the allocation of the District Assembly's Common Fund to 7.5, as was done under the John Dramani Mahama administration. You are resisting. You even went ahead and capped it. But for us, Honorable Kodo and Kwashika going to court to have the Supreme Court to reverse that, by this time the Common Fund will have been capped just like the GET Fund and the National Health Insurance Fund. Mr. Speaker, today the lamentations of not only the ministers in the local government ministry, the lamentation has extended to the DCEs. If you go to the district assemblies, some of the DCEs don't stay in the office, they are running away. The assemblies are dead. They can't even buy fuel for their vehicles, so they can't attend conferences. Yesterday, reading through, I saw a publication on the mouthpiece of the how do I term it? The so-called prime minister in this country, his radio station, Asasi Radio. There are 10 DCEs have been summoned to Accra.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, who is the Prime Minister?
I said so-called. So-called.
No.
Mr. Speaker, I have withdrawn it.
Very well.
The mouthpiece of Mr. Gabriel Chidakun, Asasi Radio, saying that 10 DCEs have been summoned to Accra, and some of them, the reasons they are summoned was that they don't stay in their office. How are they going to stay in their office when they don't have anything to do? When the government is virtually made the district assemblies dysfunctional, how are they going to stay in the office? How are they going to stay in the office? That projects even are being awarded in Accra, they sit in the districts and they can't do anything. I know. Collins, don't worry yourself. Don't worry yourself. Sit down because the speaker himself is aware what is happening in his district.
Common toilets. Have you awarded before?
Even toilets are being awarded in Accra. The deep part that he talked about is also under the support of the District Assembly's Common Fund. So I asked myself, without District Assembly's Common Fund, what would the Ministry of Local Government be doing? Nothing. Now they've even ventured into agric, and my deputy minister sitting here is doing more agric deputy minister than local government minister. The guy will say no mercy on it. He himself is confirming. He's confirming that is part of the rural development program. But, Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, the most, let me say, worrying spectacle within the district assemblies today is the issue of property rates. Mr. Speaker, let me give you small data. Last year, when we were debating the budget, we on this side fought relentlessly against the proposal of the Minister of Finance to take the collection of property rates from the district assemblies. From the committee down here, we fought. Our colleagues, even though they agreed with us at the committee level, when they came here, they were mute. And they allowed the minister to do the illegitimate thing by taking away that responsibility. They used the back door to get assemblies to have an agreement with a so-called agent of the GRA to collect property rates. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have another PDS on our hands. In the minister's own presentation, he said, unfortunately, the GRA and his partner have not been able to collect as much as they have. And those that they have collected, they have not been able to send it to the assemblies. So the assemblies are sitting there and they can't get anything to function.
That was a plan.
Let me give you New Jabin South Municipal Assembly. On their own, before the intervention of the Ministry of Finance, in 2021, they collected 712,000. In 2023, they budgeted to collect 800,000. As we are talking today, zero. They have not gotten one person. So if the New Jabin Municipal, the MPs are sitting there. Mr. Speaker, if the Assembly had programmed to undertake any development, especially today that we have decentralized basic education to the assemblies, if the Assembly has programmed to renovate any basic education infrastructure, where are they going to get the money? The money is being kept in somebody's account. And Mr. Speaker, it is high time this House demands immediately that the amount of monies that have been collected by the GRA and its partner, as far as property rate is concerned, should be accounted for. We must know how much they collected, what percentage, and where those monies were paid, because under our Public Financial Management Act, those monies should first have been paid into the consolidated account before those people will be paid. But today we are being told that the monies is being paid into a different account before the consolidated fund is reimbursed. This is against our laws. And we are demanding that this House, all of us here, in the interest of our districts, in the interest of development in our various communities, should demand that these monies that have been collected in the name of property rates, we want transparency and accountability here in this House. How much has been collected? What percentage came to government? How much have been invested in the district assemblies? Because from what I have, the chart I have here is appalling. Let me give you another example. The same New Jabin, this time New Jabin North. In 2021, they collected 416,000. 2022, they collected 324,000. This year, Mr. Speaker, they've been giving only 35,000.
Oh, right.
35,000. Wage Agbawe. These are the facts we got from their own audited accounts that they brought to us at the committee. You sat in the meeting. You should have taken notes. Wage Agbawe Municipal Assembly. On their own, in 2021, they collected 1.4 million. 2022, they collected 1.8.
In conclusion,
They projected to collect 3 million this year. They've been given only 127,000. Is it not depressing?
What's the rest?
As of June, is it not depressing?
No, the contract should be abrogated.
Asene Manso, 2022, 137,000. 2023, they budgeted, they were going to collect 200,000. They've been given only 15,000. A whole assembly. Mr. Speaker, minister's own presentation. See, paragraph 6. He said, despite this, the initiative has encountered some challenges, thus making it difficult for the relevant bodies, including the metropolitan, municipal, and these assemblies, to have access to their share of the property rate collections on time. Mr. Speaker, to address these challenges, government is reviewing the overall and process to determine the optional way forward. In the interim, districts will resume collection until these challenges are resolved.
Back to square one.
Back to what? Batam. What we said here last year, we have been vindicated. Now the minister is asking the district assembly's personnel to go to the field to collect. What is this? One forward, one left forward, two steps. This one we will not allow another PDS to happen within the local government sector. We are demanding our monies. Our assemblies are broke. Our assemblies need their money. Every money that has been collected by the so-called agents of GRA in the name of property rates should immediately be paid into the government consolidated account and sent straight to the district assemblies. We are demanding the office of the special prosecutor
Honourable Member,
to investigate
is up
and make recommendations appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I wanted to seek your indulgence and, of course, that of my colleagues to allow the Minister responsible for Trade and Industry to present to the House the regulations on export and import restrictions and importation of selected strategic products 2023. The Speaker, we've done some consultations on this. There are outstanding issues that are related to which are going to be factored into the regulations. Mr. Speaker, if we not do it today, we have just 18 sitting days and conscripting mandates beginning this Monday up to the 22nd would even be required to sit on a Saturday to have the regulations mature on the 22nd of December. I know colleagues had issues, but we have sat on it and resolved those matters. So I want to plead with colleagues to allow the Minister for Trade and Industry to present the paper on behalf of his ministry to us. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rose to raise quorum under Order 48 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, looking at the numbers in the chamber, we do not have quorum to transact business. Not to take a decision, to transact business. Now, given the nature of the instrument the minister wants to lay, Mr. Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence to determine the question I've raised on quorum so that we can be properly guided. And for the avoidance of that, Mr. Speaker, this is how Order 48 reads. It says, the presence of at least 1/3 of all the members of Parliament, besides the person presiding, necessary to constitute a quorum of the House. Given the fact that there is serious disagreement over aspects of the LI that the minister wants to lay, and coupled with the fact that we don't even have a quorum, I believe it is appropriate to bring proceedings to a close, to pave the way for further consultations. Before this matter can be dealt with the greatest of respect, Mr. Speaker, Order 48 is very, very clear. I thank you for the opportunity.
Leader, come. Let me listen to you.
Mr. Speaker, let it not be said that there's a conclusion for the LI to be laid. Mr. Speaker, in the first place, this is a very controversial issue that is being discussed by the people we represent here. Mr. Speaker, this LI we are talking of is neither in the business statement for last week nor this week. Mr. Speaker, it always come in the form of ambushing the House to do what should not be done. The first day it came here last week, it was in the form of other people addendum. Today too, it is surfacing in the form of other people addendum. And Mr. Speaker, we represent the good people of Ghana, the importers, exporters, and the service providers. Mr. Speaker, but for the diligence and due diligence and determination of the minority leader, Ghanaians wouldn't have heard anything about it if the House had been ambushed for the instrument to be laid in the first day. It was when the laying was arrested that Guta got to speak about it, the media got to speak about it, and even members of parliament here got to speak about it. It was after then that even the subsidiary legislation committee of this House, which is mandated to consider regulations, constitutional instrument, and legislative instrument, was given the opportunity to see an instrument of that nature. Mr. Speaker, why should it happen that way? So, Mr. Speaker, looking at the nature of it, this House is not just House of Members of Parliament. We don't just come here on our own. We need to inform the people we represent that this is the instrument that we are going to do. But Mr. Speaker, by Article 11.7, you and I know that once any regulation, instrument, or this thing is laid, the hands of the House is tight until you get to test majority of this House to be able to nullify it. Mr. Speaker, the consultation the Minister for Trade is talking of was that he himself, including the majority leader, have identified with the minority leader with some alterations on it. Even as we are speaking, there are alterations and photocopies going on. Mr. Speaker, why are we in the House to? We will be ready if the necessary things are being done. Even you say we should come here on Sunday, for the sake of Mother Ghana leader, we will come. If you want us to, please come here even on Saturdays before for regulations to mature. So the idea that, oh, if we don't lay it today, eating by time and it will not mature by the time we go, is neither here nor there. If we do the right thing, Mr. Speaker, and you want us to sit on Sundays, we will sit. If you want us to sit on Saturdays, we will sit. And Mr. Speaker, a house of 275 people, if I heard the member who moved the quorum, Honorable Agaga, we are 28 here and 13 on the majority side. 28 members on the minority side and 30 members on the majority side. And we are going ahead to lay an instrument of such magnitude with this courage. Mr. Speaker, this is a house with former ministers of trade, a house with former deputy attorney generals, a house with former deputy ministers of trade. None of them is even here. They were all here when we arrested the laying of the instrument. We've waited. Today is Friday. It's even past 2 o'clock. They will come here Monday to be told that, oh, when you were not there, we laid the instrument. Mr. Speaker, this will be a very great disservice to them. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable himself, sensing the collective wisdom of the House, indicated that we should not lay the instrument until the two sides of the leadership or have consulted and briefed him. Mr. Speaker, have you received that briefing? Has the Speaker told you that the leadership have informed him that this is their position on it? Mr. Speaker, it will be a very great disservice if the Right Honorable Speaker comes on Monday to be told that the decision or indication that he gave in his absence, the Speaker, it was 10 after done. But Speaker, I have not finished. Where we are now, Mr. Speaker, we are going to lay an instrument to control and restrict import, which will go against the WTO conventions. We need an advice as leadership. I'm not a lawyer, but I was part of the delegation that went to Egypt to canvass for the headquarters of AFTA to be brought to Ghana. I was part of the delegation, and I know what we went there to do. So, Mr. Speaker, the very good people who campaign the whole Africa that Africa Continental Free Trade Area should be hosted in Ghana. Now we want to restrict people importing things and exporting things. Mr. Speaker, we need to juxtapose this instrument, the intentions and motives of this instrument, as against the intention of AFTA. Mr. Speaker, there must be a roadmap. Mr. Speaker, there must be a roadmap. The buffer stock cannot even provide food for school feeding. You cannot even provide food for free SHS. Schools are being closed down for lack of food stamps. And you are the very person who is saying that, Mr. Speaker, we should bring such an instrument in the form of ambushing the House. Mr. Speaker, even if you go by Order 75, it said that as soon as sufficient copies of an instrument is ready for presentation, as we sit here, the minister has seen some errors in the LI, and they are writing and making amendment with pen. Which of them are we laying? To lay it for those amendments that are being written with pen to go and be inserted. Where are we running to? Mr. Speaker, we are voted for to come and work, and we are ready to work. Protectionist policies must be implemented with caution. Red economics in O level and red economics in A level. And I know I know my economics teacher in Sunyan Secondary School taught me that when you are bringing processing policies, you must be readily strategized in making sure that you have import substitution industry that are already available in your country. Even rice, we cannot produce rice to feed ourselves. Even, Mr. Speaker, second-hand used cars, we cannot. So, Mr. Speaker, if you say that you are bringing this thing for us to do this, it is not wrong, Mr. Speaker. If the economic management team cannot control dollar, we all need to come together to see how we can control the dollar. It's not by restricting import. If you don't buy, how do you spend? Is that the economics you know? Honestly speaking, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by making a passionate appeal to the leadership, police leadership, and to your good self that we must not ambush the Speaker in this way. He has utmost trust in you and has given the seat to you. We must not treat him this way. I end my case, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, number one, I find it extremely appalling that a member of this House could threaten a sitting, a competent, and the legally elected Deputy Speaker, a second Deputy Speaker of the House. I find it atrocious. It is in bad taste. Who is he appealing to? That the Speaker has confidence in you. The Speaker has whatever in you. The Speaker doesn't need to have anything in you. Constitutionally, you were elected to that seat. You are entitled out of right, Mr. Speaker, to sit there. He cannot blackmail you because another Speaker or something. In any event, what the substantive Speaker, Mr. Speaker, said yesterday is contrary to what he is saying. You see, I'm not sure whether he was here till we close, but I sat through here the whole of yesterday until we close. Mr. Speaker, the lawyer that he is, the practitioner that he is, the fact that he has been in this House for the last 28 years before he became the Speaker, is very conscious about the constitutional imperative of laying a legislative instrument. Mr. Speaker, this is what he said. We asked for the document to be raised, to be laid, and then actually alerted him that there was this document. He sat back and said he was aware that the had been given him. He will look at it. Subsequently, he didn't appear to be approaching it, and then it was the majority leader who then, I'm sure it was the majority leader, if I'm wrong on that correctly, made a point to him, and then he said that, well, he had seen it, but why he was hesitating is this. We all know the constitutional provisions and imperatives of laying a legislative instrument, obviously referring to the fact that it is the province of the particular person who brings it, be it the minister or if any other person has the authority to bring it. It is that authority who brings it to the floor, lays it before Parliament, and the drafters of the Constitution in their own right have made in their wisdom, collective wisdom, have thought about the reason why it should take a particular process and not the usual process, Mr. Speaker, of laying bills into this House. Because in the case of bills, it will be laid for debate, available for debate by all the House. For some reason, it was decided by the drafters, the framers of the Constitution, that legislative instruments were peculiar. They were going to get just the person who, by law, has the authority to lay it in Parliament to decide on what they want to do. Mr. Speaker, it was on the basis of this that after he has drawn our attention to this fact, that he said, well, he was wondering what is it that we want to do, because he knew that the minister has the constitution to raise it. They have no say in whether Allah is laid in this House or not. No one, not even with respect to the Speaker. The Speaker has absolutely no right over whether a legislative instrument is laid in this House. What is the Constitution? All this threat, all this fact about that the Speaker has a right in you, has to whatever you. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, but I haven't called you. You will get the opportunity. Please allow him. Honorable Podo, just resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, so what it is that...
Honorable, you resume your seat. I'll come back to you.
The House has a say, but I was going to go there. It wasn't a question of laying. The House has no say with respect to the fact that I lay it. That's what I'm talking about. The laying, you have no control over it. The Speaker has no control over it with respect. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution says it. Mr. Speaker, it is when, after it has been laid, then it is referred to the subsidiary committee of the House. Then a decision is made whether it will be annulled or it will not. But that then requires a two-thirds majority of this House, Mr. Speaker, to annul it. So the House has developed a convention which originally, Mr. Speaker, wasn't meant for this sort of allies, for CIs, for the parliamentary and the election things. Mr. Speaker, that was developed for there to be what they call a pre-laying contact with the House. Mr. Speaker, when fortunately, Mr. Speaker, you yourself were sitting in the chair the other day. When the matter came up, you suggested that we go for this pre-laying, Mr. Speaker, meeting. Mr. Speaker, I went there at 9 o'clock. I sat there and waited till about 11 o'clock when my colleagues came to the meeting. Mr. Speaker, we stayed there for about 5 hours to go through the document that I presented. Mr. Speaker, they were all there. While the members on the other side, Mr. Speaker, they were all there. In the end, they made the corrections, even though constitutionally they are not entitled to that. But we agreed that they should make the corrections. We went through. In the end, the chairperson, the chairman, Mr. Speaker, of that committee reported to his colleagues. And I know the report that he sent to his colleagues. They have told me, the leadership and all of them have told me what is that reported. That it was not against any law. Still, the minority says there's a problem. It is revolting for them to suggest that they are here to represent the good people of Ghana. You think we are here to represent the bad people of whatever country? What the hell are you talking about? We, Mr. Speaker, have all been...
Mr. Minister,
I withdraw that. In deference to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that. Mr. Speaker, but we have all been voted for to represent the good people of this country. We, as executive, take the view that it is in the interest of the country that we bring this. If we lay it, and in the end, Mr. Speaker, in the end, the House by a two-thirds majority wants to annul it, so be it. But it doesn't sit in the mouth of any particular person here to say that they would not allow us, Mr. Speaker, to do what we tend to do. And Mr. Speaker.
Minister, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on another matter, this debate.
Honorable, why? No, Honorable, no. You will get the opportunity to speak. Why? Honorable member.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So this debate that we entered, it would have been the debate when this document had been laid, and then the report is brought to the House, and somebody moves for a debate so that they can annul by two-thirds. But he talks about economics. When I was at school, Mr. Speaker, I wrote economic exams, and my teacher gave me 38/40. 38/40, but even I don't talk the way he's talking about. And let's get to the law. I don't take legal lessons from him, because I am a British trained barrister at law. I don't take law from him. I do know very well, Mr. Speaker, about the World Trade Organization rules, and we have taken that very much into account before we drafted this regulation. Mr. Speaker, constitutionally,
to lay this, and we beseech you to allow us to raise and lay it. And it is not within the ambit of those on this side, the Speaker, to prevent a constitutionally properly prepared document to be laid in this house. Former fans.
All of you, resume your seat. All of you. All of you, resume your seat. Let me hear the leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, first of all, Honourable Ahmed did not say anything threatening. And let me be very clear. This House is guided by outstanding orders. And so the Honourable Agaga was within his right to have called for a quorum. It's guided by outstanding orders. And this House, Honourable Speaker, we must know what we are doing here. The Minister of Trade and Industry is here to lay a regulation to restrict the import of the following items: rice, poultry, margarine, fruit juice, soft drinks, mineral water, noodles, pasta, ceramic tiles, mosquito coil and insecticides, soaps and detergents, motor cars, iron and steel, fish, sugar, clothing, apparel, biscuits, canned tomatoes, Mr. Speaker. And he's saying that members of parliament who have been elected by the people of Ghana to represent them do not have a say. We clearly understand the challenge we are facing. This is exactly why the Minister of Finance was very clear that we are being consumed by our import bill. This is exactly why this government came up with a policy of one district, one factory, planting for food and jobs. In this budget, it is very clear. For example, and I gave the example of how much we spent on 1D1F. Over 6 billion Ghana cedis. It's very, very clear that that policy has failed. But what we are saying is that, right on the Speaker, we need to really be sure that we have the capacity within this country. I gave a statistics. As we speak, we can only produce about 46% of the rice we eat, we consume. We can only produce less than 30% of the tomatoes we eat. And so many of the lists we are talking about. If the minister is addressing an issue such as this, we must have an input. Right now, Speaker, what is the capacity to address this in the next 6 months, for example? We don't have. So the honorable minister is so wrong to have argued that this house and the members who represent the people
Honorable member,
do not have a say.
Honorable member, well noted.
But it's important we note, right now, Speaker, please. It's important we state that we have serious concerns about these regulations. I'll read you one of them. This minister should be given the power to decide that tomorrow morning, I don't feel good, your license is cancelled. We should give him that power and read your document, and we don't accept it.
Is it a question that you will not accept it? Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, let me begin by commending the majority leader and the minority leader who have shown leadership on this same matter. I had seen the leader of the House, very typical of him, signaling the minority leader on same matter. I know they stepped out a number of times, and our leader has done significant amendment to the said document to be laid. I want to appeal to colleagues that we should be calm about this. It's about our country. And Deputy Leader, I see how emotional you are. We appreciate this matter, subject matter. It's a very important subject matter. Importation and restriction. Extremely important. And hence, Speaker, I want to appeal to your high office. Let's defer this matter, any further discussion on this matter, to our respected leaders to do what they have to do, and so that at the appropriate time we can action on it. And therefore, I'm appealing to you for us to defer further discussion, and we can continue for the two members who are earmarked to conclude the debate for today. No, that's my view, so that the two of you can meet and iron things out. So I plead with you. And further, let me appeal to the Honorable Yusuf, my good friend. Yusuf, please. It's okay. You can talk. Sit down and let me talk. So listen to me. Listen. I'm saying the two leaders, I am calling for the two leaders to meet on this matter. Please. So let's defer further discussion.
Honorable Majority Whip.
And that the leaders can show us the way. We have confidence in them. These two leaders are trusted and respected leaders of this house, so that they can show us the way. Please, with all respect.
Yes, Honorable Yusuf, I will not give you the opportunity. You sit down. Your leader is talking. I wouldn't give you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, clearly there are issues. Mr. Speaker, the application before you is coming from Order 48 as to whether this House has enough members to continue business. Mr. Speaker, you have no rule on that. Mr. Speaker, secondly, the application before you is for you to allow the minister to lay a regulation. Mr. Speaker, since yesterday, I've engaged the majority leader on the subject matter. He has proposed a number of amendments. The amendments are yet to be incorporated into the document. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, the amendment that he has incorporated is not yet officially before you. We cannot assume that that has already been incorporated here. Mr. Speaker, this is a regulation that is going to concentrate excessive powers, executive powers, into the hands of one man and a committee. Mr. Speaker, I have serious concerns with it. My concern emanates from the fact that history must guide us as a house or as a country. Import licenses are not new in this economy. In fact, in 1967, a commission of inquiry was constituted by the government then, Justice Olelu's committee, was constituted on the same subject matter. How irregular it was. How unfortunately that particular import licenses or permit was abused. So Speaker, that should guide us. 50 years plus, import licenses are coming back. So Speaker, we should be careful. We are not saying doing this because of Honorable K.T. Hammond. No. We are doing this because of history. History must guide us. We can't continue on the same path. It was once abused, it was removed, and we should be careful not to repeat the mistake. So Speaker, my position is that let us stand this down, do further consultation. You can see from the mood of the House, if care is not taken, this regulation will prevent us from doing businesses that will help us to get the budget approved. And I think that is more important. So Speaker, as we speak, I've seen other paper addendum 2 that is supposed to lay before us budget bills that accompanied the budget. Are we saying that because of this regulation, we are going to evoke Order 48 and prevent the budget bills? What is the priority of this government? What is your priority? Is your priority to get the budget through, or the priority is to get import permits? So Speaker, you choose. What is your priority? And advise us appropriately. So Speaker, import licenses is something
we should be careful about. It has nothing to do with my uncle, the Honorable K.T. Hammond. It has nothing to do with you, uncle. It has to do
well, leader.
with the past. Thank you.
Leader, well. Respectfully, leader, let me come to you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I had stepped out a bit, and upon my return to the House, I cited the regulations that the minister wanted to present to the House. I went through and I listened to colleagues who also commented. So yesterday, I started engaging, and I had about 2 meetings with the minority leader, also the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. And this morning, early this morning, around 8 o'clock, I was in my office and had engagement with the minority leader and other, in fact, the chairman on the Committee of Trade and Industry was also there with me. And having gone through, I proposed amendments to allay the fears of members. Subsequently, I shared with the minority leader, the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, and other members of the House who have something to do with these regulations. Because at the end of the day, I think that we have come to some understanding that the amendments proffered will be sufficient to cure the mischief that members raised. Now the final issue is about incorporating those amendments into the document before the presentation, which is a legitimate request. The minister has assured that everything will be taken on board because we had discussions with the minister and he understood the amendments that we were proposing. I think the only thing left is getting them incorporated in this final to cure the mischief. The concern, however, Mr. Speaker, why the minister wanted to do the presentation of the document today is that if we do not do it today, we'll be left with just 15 sitting days. Plus Mondays, we take it to 18 sitting days. Which then will mean that we require 3 additional sitting days. If we have to get this through before the House takes an adjournment, sine die, then we require to have 3 sitting days on Saturdays, to conscript Saturdays, to sit on Saturdays to get this through. Mr. Speaker, that is the challenge. And that is why we are appealing to colleagues. But given where we are, I would want to plead that we allow the minister to incorporate the amendments into the document and submit same to us on Monday, because the issues have all been addressed and we have had extensive discussion on these matters. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader raised some fundamental issues. Those ones cannot be handled by the regulations. They relate to the Parent Act, which this House has passed. That is the Export and Import Bill that we passed. Matters relating to aligning it with WTO treaties and even the after. You can't use regulations to deal with those matters. They should rather have found expression in the bill itself. Is it negligence on the part of the House? If we have to go back and amend the Parent Act to align with the treaty, the WTO and after, that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation. So, Mr. Speaker, we should understand it that way. People are talking about the import of these regulations. Yes, emphasis is on import substitution, and that certainly would impact positively on the economy. how to best deal with it should be the concern of all of us. And I would want to, as I said, end by pleading with the Minister to go and factor the amendments proposed in the regulations and submit same to us on Monday. The matter that has been raised about the Speaker having taken a position, I'm not aware of that, so I do not want to address that. But, Mr. Speaker, the important thing is to allow all of us to be on the same page. So, as I'm saying, just to reiterate the point, that the Minister should factor the amendments and resubmit same on Monday. That will come, as I said, with some challenges. Getting the number of days to have it mature before we adjourn on the 22nd of December. But let's get there. I guess we can find a way around it. The Speaker, having said so, there is this other paper, Addendum 2. The Deputy Finance Minister is with us. If you can allow her to present them, knowing your own challenge. Colleagues, the Deputy Speaker has to attend to some very important matters. The minority leader is aware. So let's allow the Deputy Finance Minister to do the presentation, and I believe we can take an adjournment. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me add, in addition to what the majority leader has stated, I've just been told that the subsidiary legislation had also requested for a stakeholder report in addition to the changes that are supposed to be effected. I don't want us to come here on Monday and then that issue will be raised. I want the Minister of Trade and Industry to know that he has still not brought a stakeholder report to the committee, and that report must be with the committee for them to look at it. It's very important. I wanted to bring that up. But obviously, Honourable Speaker, a quorum has been raised. We are yet to rule on it. But I believe that when it comes to the issue of the taxes, I was just
Honourable Leader, yes, the quorum has been raised. Let me cause the bell to be rung, and the quorum is according to my time. You know that. So I'll cause the bell to be rung. But meanwhile, whilst we are ringing the bell, waiting for 10 minutes, I will lay these bills. So, Deputy Minister for... so let the bell be rung. But whilst they are ringing, Deputy Minister, you can lay the papers. Yes, so we are dealing with addendum paper 2. Other paper addendum 2. Item 1. Yes.
An act to amend the fare schedule to the Customs Act 2015 Act 891 to add 431 tariff lines to the customs tariff and to provide a waiver for the importation of raw materials for the manufacturing of sanitary towels and animal feed and for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read for the first time. It has been presented to us and is referred to the Finance Committee. B.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013 Act 870 to provide for a flat rate of tax on the rental of commercial premises and other commercial rental establishments, to provide for a flat rate of tax on the supply of immovable property by an estate developer, to extend the zero tax rate for locally manufactured textiles and locally manufactured vehicles, to introduce a zero tax rate for locally manufactured sanitary towels, to waive the tax on electric vehicles for public transportation, to review the exemption for specified goods and services, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read for the first time. It is referred to the Finance Committee. Yes, C.
An act to amend the Excise Duty Act 2015 Act 878 to increase the excise duty rate on cider beer to align with the excise duty rate on beer, reduce the excise duty on plastics, and expand the coverage of the excise duty on plastics to cover imported plastic packaging, introduce an emission tax on carbon dioxide emissions by companies and from vehicles, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the report of the bill is read for the first time. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Now the D.
An act to amend the Stamp Duty Act 2005 Act 689 to provide for an increase in the rates of stamp duties and for related matters.
Honourable members, the report of the bill is read for the first time. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Honourable members, I will proceed to adjourn the House to Monday, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. 10 o'clock in the forenoon on Monday. The House stands adjourned.